getting scaled differently? Weird. Random, what's going on? Congratulations, you are first. Has Greg Doucette uploaded anything that isn't just pure trash? Nope. Pretty much just nonsense. What's going on, everybody? This looks like it might be funny.
Guys, Androgenic here, and we're going to react to the most insecure looks Maxo psychoanalysis on Androgenic, which is me. So let's get into it.
You guys know what real tough guy is? Let me show you guys what tough guy is. That.
These guys asked to take the pic, so every single night nowadays I get recognized, I don't know, 200 times. I get about 50 guys asking to take pics with me. Some of them I also take on my phone, and I had permission to post these, so yeah, but I saw they were received badly, so I did take them.
I'm not able to get prescribed ADHD meds through that online service that I use. I'd have to go to a walk-in clinic for something like that, unfortunately. So, I don't know if I could find ADHD meds black market. Like, I'm sure I could if I really looked for it, but the only thing I do know how to get is modafinil. I am able to get that. I don't know if it's... I should probably go on modafinil, honestly, at this point. But I don't know if that would be specifically good for ADHD.
Did you really crash out over Larry Wheels putting country music in his video? What the fuck? Just challenge him to a cage match. Also, how the fuck are you scared of literal babies but challenge grown men to fights? Make it make sense. Dipshit.
Well, have you seen how fucking creepy and disgusting little babies are? Thanks for the donation, dipshit.
PLS, what do you think of this video?
Oh, thanks for the big donation, David Chubby. Appreciate it. Let me see.
Do you know your body?
We can take a look. Yeah.
Body fat percentage? Take a
Fucking nippered.
guess.
I'm gonna guess 21.
17.
15?
Most people don't know their body fat percentage. Some people think they're way leaner than they are.
Ooh, that was a little bit harder than I thought.
Others are harder on themselves than they should be and find out they're closer to their goals than they realize.
Hell yeah.
And if you look up what different body fat percentages look like online, you won't find much help because if the numbers aren't completely made up, they're taken from less accurate measurements like calipers or handheld devices. And that confusion matters because your body fat percentage not only shapes how you look, it can also impact your health, sleep.
Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh. We've got a big fuzzy person here. Do you guys see this big fuzzy person? Oh, you're so beautiful. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, you are so handsome. Oh, yes, my handsome boy. Oh, I love you. Oh my god, you're so good. Oh, wow. That's a good baby. You know I love you. Yes. That's my special kitty.
Performance, and how you feel about yourself. So in this video, I'm gonna take you through the full range from 50% body fat all the way down to 5% using real life people that I measured myself. We'll not only see what each level looks like, but we'll also hear about what it feels like to live at each level. I'll also show you where the average male and female is. So as we go, try to figure out where you fall and where you'd like to be depending on your own goals, whether that's strength, health, or physique.
This chick is definitely on gear. Not so sure about her. Guaranteed she's on gear.
Time to fire up the Tor browser and do a little vendor searching if you want Addy without going outside.
Well, I live in Canada. I don't know if I really have to worry about getting black market fucking anything, dude. The one thing I would have to worry about is fentanyl. They probably would, just because of the weird political situation with that drug. There's a good chance, like, that could get me in trouble, but I don't know if, like... I don't know if they'd actually bother going after you for getting black market ADHD meds. Like, especially since the fentanyl thing is such a huge priority for the police. I don't think they'd even bother. Canada is the best country to live in if you want to be a drug addict, honestly. We have very, very liberal progressive policies with drugs, so... Thanks for the donation, though, Pino.
This is Joe. He's a 36-year-old dad, and before I show you his exact body fat percentage, this is what his life is like day to day.
I had low testosterone. Like my free testosterone was like 90. It kind of like made sense of like my lack of motivation, my lack of ambition.
On bioelectrical impedance, or BIA, Joe came in at 50.7%.
Buddy, like, you got fat in the first place. Clearly, you had a lack of motivation and ambition to begin with. No, I didn't react to Space Ice. We're going to do that tonight. Don't worry. I'm going to make sure we react to it tonight.
Body fat, and on DEXA,
Aren't steroids supposed to make you more manly? Why is a kitten on your lap? I don't see how that's not manly. Kitties are nice.
he was 45.3%.
Like, honestly, it makes sense. Aren't men supposed to like pussy?
So your body fat percentage was 45.3.
No way.
That's lower than you thought.
That's actually, yeah. I mean, it's bad, but like...
He said he wants to get that down to 25% by the end of the year, and I'm going to help keep him accountable with that. So you need to be around 100 kilos. So that's about 220 pounds. If you want some accountability, we're here. Yeah. We can get you back in a year from now and see where you're at. Okay, and this is Alexis. She's a 19-year-old university student, and she said that day to day, she feels pretty good. What's her energy like in the gym? Like, do you feel good?
In the gym, honestly, yeah. I love going to the gym.
Alexis measured at 47.2% on BIA and 48.2% on DEXA. And she told me that while she feels fine and doesn't struggle much in terms of day-to-day activities, for her long-term health, she does want to get down to a lower but still sustainable body fat percentage.
I want to go back to where I was like comfortable and confident like every single day.
You know, like, she's clearly overweight, but that's really surprisingly high. I've seen research on women having way higher rates of obesity compared to men. That might explain why, where women can kind of look normal. Like, you don't look at them and be like, oh, fatty, fat, fat, fatty, fatty, fat, fat, but, like, they're obese as shit. Like, when I look at her, I'm not thinking, like, oh, fucking whale, but, like, she's close to 50% body fat. Like, that's pretty fucking high, even for a woman.
Like leaving the house.
Who the fuck would abandon this little guy? I found him down south in Victoria, Texas at a truck, put him in my semi-truck and brought him back to Houston. I named him Lionel.
Let me take a look. Oh my god, did you really find him? You actually found this guy? Oh my god, that's amazing. Oh, that's a good dog to find. Wow. That looks like a nice dog. Well, Congratulations on finding that dog. That looks like a pretty nice dog. So, sweet find for free. Free dog, I guess. But hope you're able to take good care of him, or if you don't want to keep him, you find him a good home. But that looks like a nice dog. Thanks for the donation, Killian Titan.
I spent my first year at university and it was not a good time. I was eating a lot. I feel like my body has changed so much over the last year. Like I almost don't recognize myself. That's probably the toughest thing.
Not everyone at this level had the same goal though. This is Daniel.
No, rates of obesity are actually much higher in women. If you go by BMI, I think the rates are still... They're either, like, nearly dead even, or I think even now, even with BMI, women are still a little more likely to be overweight. But if you actually look at some way... If you look at studies where they actually analyze body composition, so they do some measure of body fat testing, women have a way higher rate of obesity. But if you go by BMI, it's much closer. There's not that big of a discrepancy.
And he had one of the coolest motivations for losing weight that I've ever heard.
I want to skydive.
You want to skydive?
Yeah, I want to do this.
Okay, that's a new one. I have not heard that before. The weight limit for skydiving is 220 to 240 pounds. So over the next year, I'm going to help him get there. Let's give you like a year and 2 or 3 months. All right. You're going to come back here, get on the DEXA scan, and then you're going to book your skydiving. All right. I'm not doing it with you though.
Really?
Yeah, I'm scared of heights. I will film you though. For long-term weight loss, I think having a purpose that speaks to you is crucial, especially if you want to lose a lot of weight, which can feel overwhelming. You need to have a good reason for why you want to do it. What is fueling this for you?
Like I've got 2 children. Like I've got a 5-year-old and an 8-year-old. My boy's 5, and like his sole purpose is to like beat me up. Yeah, it's like straight up. He wants to be stronger than me. He wants to beat me up.
And you just can't let him do that.
Exactly. Yeah, for as long as possible.
Okay, so go like that. Just beat up your son.
Yeah.
And because weight loss often takes longer than people realize, a lot of people do struggle with staying motivated. A lot of people want to find motivation. And the thing is, like, it comes and goes, right? Like, key to be able to run on that is to get the habit set up. So it's just like brushing your teeth, right? Like, it becomes something you do. You build that trust in yourself over time that you're going to actually execute on those habits. While speaking with people at this level, I realized that even simple day-to-day activities can be a struggle.
I finally bought the Revboa skates. Never had 3-wheel skates before. I'm ready to go fast AF.
Nice. Yeah, I've got the rollerblade Revboas. They're just extremely convenient. I bought them with they use a speed skate mount. It's like 185 or 195 or something. I was able to find speed skate frames that were fairly short given the wheel size, and they also had a heel brake. So these are set up like speed skates, but you can make them feel a bit more like a free skate. But yeah, those are really nice, convenient skates. Thanks for the donation, though, Non-Wib. Hope you have fun on them. I got 2 nice 25-pound plates today for $60. Are you proud of me? That is a much better deal.
I'm always tired. Like I'm not like I want to sleep all day, but I'm always fatigued.
What's the highest my body fat's ever been? I'm not sure, but pretty high. I got up to 285 pounds at one point.
This is the heaviest I've ever been. So it always feels like a battle. Like I'd lose weight and then I would like gain it back and then some.
To put on your shoes is like, it's just uncomfortable. I never really care so much about my appearance, just about the things I can do if I was not as big.
And what I found most interesting was that they assumed that if they could just get down to the leanest level, like single digits body fat, their exhaustion, energy crashes, and trouble sleeping would all go away.
I'm pretty sure I would feel a lot better like this, right?
But interestingly, as we'll see, if you go too far in the other direction, these exact same issues come back around again. In fact, if you get super lean, it can get really bad.
I know my body is hard and I just can't get to sleep. And when you're that lean, it's like the wind blows and you're awake and you're not getting back to sleep.
And a little later, I'll show you just how bad things can get at the very leanest level. Because unfortunately, an incident occurred between 2 subjects after filming that might have had something to do with mood changes that can come with extreme levels.
Oh, was that guy? That's funny. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
I get called a pick-me and a feminist, so there's no winning. But I will say, every election I see now, you look at the demographics, and it's just like 70 to 80% women voting for the most far-left progressives. And I'm like, it is
Well, it's TikTok.
Actually so sad as a woman and crazy to admit that the country would be fixed overnight if women stop voting.
I think it would depend on the election, but yeah. Women in particular watch a lot of TikTok. And that's one of the reasons why you're seeing that weird gender divide with political affiliation. It used to be much more even, but you're seeing a lot more women develop like these far-right, crazy communist views, and it's because they're getting manipulated by TikTok.
That this guy got up on a building and I think he did murder Charlie Kirk. And I think he did kind of in the middle of day and kind of almost nonchalantly jump off a roof and walk away. I do think that that happened. And you know what? The truth is often stranger than fiction. And the fact that one of these lunatics would do that after having dealt with them for years and years doesn't surprise me a bit.
So you're buying the mainstream narrative on it for the most part?
I mean, and there was people who were there on the right and on the left. Where are they? They're not running around saying, hey, you know, I have some questions. There's two people who are really pushing the, it was an inside job. Yeah. It's Ian Carroll and Candace Owens, and they have no evidence. They have no good evidence for this at all. They've never presented a single shred of compelling evidence, and we don't know exactly what happened yet because there's an ongoing investigation. And yeah, I got to be real careful with that kind of thing. You destroy your credibility pretty.
Yeah. Pretty base take. Hey, Muscle Mommy. Is this AI? Well, let's, I see. So this is just her content. I mean, yeah. I don't have a problem with that. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
I'm a truck driver for FedEx. I drive down to Victoria every night to swap trailers with another driver at a truck stop. I see a lot of abandoned dogs down there. The thing is, they are always in pairs. The one I brought home was alone, approaching people.
I see. Well, at least you had an opportunity to help that dog. I like dogs. I was riding my bike, for cardio one day, and there's a bunch of like farm properties near me, and this big, massive, I think it's like a breed of husky or something, like a Malamute or some shit. Might have been something like this. But he was fucking massive and chonky. And he just came up, he ran up to me on my bike, and I stopped, and he was really friendly, and I petted him. I like dogs. Dog. Dogs are nice. I prefer owning a cat, but I also like dogs. Thanks for the donation, Killian Titan. Do you recommend testosterone for women? Women, if they're going to take testosterone, need a much, much lower dose to avoid androgenic side effects. But, men's testosterone has been declining over time. That same effect may also be true of women. So if, I always recommend people get blood work and get their hormones tested. Women do get side effects, like really bad side effects from low testosterone. Women can also have low testosterone. And like everyone has this kind of story with a fucking chick, especially like in long-term relationships and shit, where like they never want to have sex ever. Like that is not normal. So I can guarantee you 9 times out of 10, when a woman has like literally no libido whatsoever, they probably have low testosterone and they need to go on hormone replacement therapy for that. So, yeah, the biggest one for women is like gonna be low libido, but it also can fuck up your mood. So if you're prone to anxiety and depression, that's also a sign of low testosterone in women.
Of leanness.
Okay, well, we have a problem then?
First, before we see what 40% looks like, I want you to take a guess at what body fat percentage the average man is and what body fat percentage the average woman is in the United States. No cheating by skipping ahead. I'll show you that a little later, so lock your guesses in. What body fat percentage the average man and the average woman in the US? Okay, this is Hamanish, and he measured in at 40.7% body fat on BIA and 37.2% on DEXA. And keep in mind, these numbers are very accurate. DEXA is often considered the reference standard for body composition in exercise science research and in clinical practice. It's very precise, and a 2020 review suggested that DEXA and MRI are actually comparably accurate for measuring body fat. And when combined with BIA, what I'm going to show you has tighter control and higher precision than most published exercise science studies, and it's going to be way more reliable than the online body fat charts that are out there, which use way less accurate tools and sometimes pure eyeballing, which can be way off, especially if there are differences in lighting. In this video, I'm going to show you exactly what each level looks like under the exact same lighting. Okay, so compared to 50%, you can see that at 40%, the waistline is down, the overall physique is leaner, but overall, body fat distribution is still similar. And this is Katie. She's a nurse who just became a personal trainer herself, and she measured in at 37.6% on DEXA and 40.3% on BIA. 40% body fat on women can look very different from person to person, depending on how much muscle they have and their individual body shape. And if we compare a male at 40% to a female at 40%, you can see that the female looks relatively leaner. That's because women store about 10 to 12% more essential fat than men, so 40% on a woman is visually more like 28 to 30% on a man. Men also tend to store more body fat around their stomach, lower back, and neck, while women tend to store more body fat around their hips and thighs. This is in part because estrogen promotes fat storage in the lower body, while testosterone promotes more visceral fat storage around the organs and midsection. And that's a trend that'll continue at every body fat level. At 40%, how you feel day to day varies a lot from person to person too. Katie said that overall, she feels pretty good, has high energy, and her strength is solid, while Matthew, who came in at 43.8%, said that he does struggle with sleeping, and even some simple tasks like putting on his shoes can be difficult.
I definitely feel it with sleep and stuff like that. I haven't been diagnosed with it, but I know I have sleep apnea. If I fall asleep on my back, I'm gonna wake myself up fine. Being conscious of what shoes I wear if I'm going somewhere where I might have to take my shoes off, and sometimes it's difficult to just put my shoes on, because I'm heavier.
At 40% body fat, men typically have a higher risk of cardiovascular disease and metabolic issues. But for women, the risk isn't as elevated. In both cases, though, exercising and eating a healthy diet can do a lot more than you'd think. Even if weight loss isn't occurring right away, research shows that exercise can still significantly improve your health, strength, and mental well-being. And if earlier you guessed that the average body fat percentage for an American woman is around 40%, you'd be pretty much right. Based on 2017 to 2018 NHANES data, the average American woman is about 39% body fat. Okay, now we're down to 30% body fat, and this is where things really start to change. This is Septarshi, and he was 30.1% on BIA and 33.3% on DEXA. Your total body fat percentage is 33%.
Okay.
All right, but keep in mind, 30% can look quite different depending on your structure and how much muscle you have. Septarshi measured in at 33.3%, and Greg measured in at 32.5% on the DEXA, so almost exactly the same. But Septarshi had 97 pounds of lean mass, and Greg had 150 pounds of lean mass. At this level, how much muscle you carry can have a big impact on how you look. You guys are the same body fat percentage, you had very different reactions. I feel like you were really disappointed and you were not. 30% is what some people would call the dad bod look. Assuming you lift weights, you should see some visible muscle outline in your arms and legs, but you're not quite lean enough to see a whole lot of detail or separation. But assuming you sleep well, eat healthy, and exercise, your energy levels should be pretty solid, and your performance in the gym should be good too.
I almost like the way I look a little bit with the fat on.
Yeah, hey.
It gives me the size.
I actually like that look too. But if you don't have those healthy lifestyle habits, 30% can definitely feel uncomfortable. And for men, 30% is still above what most health organizations would consider optimal for long-term health. And if earlier you guessed that the average American male was 30% body fat, you'd be pretty close. Based on 2017 to 2018 data, the average American male is about 27% body fat. So if you're a man with 30% body fat, you'd land right here. About 40% of men have a body fat percentage higher than you, and about 60% of men have a body fat percentage at or below.
No, I did leg day yesterday. Tomorrow's gonna be upper day 2.
You. So if you're at this level, use like a smart nutrition app that can coach you to a leaner physique, try out Macrofactor. I'm a part owner. We've got over 400,000 users. I'll put a link to a 2-week free trial in the description box below. Okay, so this is what 30% body fat looks like on a male, and this is what 30% body fat looks like on a female. This is Brecken, and she measured at 28.4% body fat on DEXA and 28.2% body fat on BIA. So just a little under 30%. According to the American College of Sports Medicine, this is a healthy and sustainable body composition for a lot of women. Your body fat percentage. 28.0.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, so you're obviously squarely within the healthy range. Yeah. Once you account for female essential fat, 30% on a woman is about the same as 20% on a man. Here, energy levels and performance in the gym tend to be great.
I feel like I wake up with a lot of energy, especially compared to my partner who I live with.
And 30% on a woman is leaner than most people realize.
I just feel like we hear 15, 10, like we hear slow numbers all the time. I think someone would look at you and be like, oh, you look amazing, but they wouldn't think like 28%.
The pictures on Google too, they're so different. I'm like, it shows 30%, and I'm like, that is not anything that
Agreed. Exactly. That's why I want to do this, to give people like an updated standard. In the USA, if you're 30% body fat as a female, suddenly only about 10% of women are leaner than you, and about 90% of women have a higher body fat. All right, we're just past the halfway point on our journey from 50% all the way down to 5% body fat. And here, at 20%, we're really starting to lean out. Based on my time on the internet, most people seem to think that a male at 20% body fat looks something like this, but it actually looks like this. This is Jay, and he came in at 20.8% body fat on DEXA and 18.6% on BIA. So yeah, really close to 20%. And you'll notice once again that even at the same body fat percentage, your look can vary quite a bit depending on your bone structure and muscle mass. Nicholas came in at 19% on DEXA, but because he's shorter and he carries more muscle, his 20% looks quite a bit different from Jay's 20%. And I'm shorter than both of them, and 20% on me looked like this. Last year I bulked up to 20.6% body fat, and this was my physique. You see, just because you're 20% doesn't mean you're gonna look or feel like someone else at 20%. We all have different genetic set ranges where our bodies are most comfortable. 20% body fat for me actually feels too high. I felt sluggish and bloated. For me, my body's a lot more comfortable and performs better in the 10 to 15 zone. But that comfortable set range is highly genetic, and it's a little different for everyone. For some men, it's a bit higher, let's say 20 to 25%. If they try to get below 20%, they start to feel hungry, depleted, and low energy. In that case, I think maintaining a slightly higher level, at around 20%, is actually smart, so you avoid constant yo-yo dieting. Assuming you lift weights at 20% body fat, your arms and shoulders will have some noticeable definition. And under good lighting, you should even see the outline of your abs.
You should get one of these to help manage your anger.
You didn't give me a link. If you give me a link, I can take a look. Thanks for the donation, though, Jessica. What are you doing, Gum Gum? What's my little cat butt doing? Come here. Come cuddle. What's my little kitty up to? What's my little kitty doing? Oh. I think I forgot to feed him. I don't know how he isn't flipping out at me. Yeah, I didn't feed him his dinner and shit. I gotta go get him food. I forgot. Usually he, like, yells at me, so that's how it's easy to remember. Okay, I gotta go feed Gum Gum. I'll be right back. Okay. Gum Gum has been fed. Can't believe I forgot to feed Gum Gum. That literally never happens because he'll fucking remind me. That's weird. I don't know why he wasn't just fucking flipping out at me for food, because when it's num num time, he usually lets me fucking know. Alright. Jessica, let me see. This is supposed to help me with my anger. Oh my god.
Don't. No. No, Stella.
Dude, birds are so silly. Oh my god, that's good. Oh, having a bird looks like it would be fucking hilarious. Thanks for the donation, Jessica. Let's see, Wandering Mason donated $3.
Yeah. Tristan, do you believe that God knows all things?
Yeah, absolutely. God is omniscient.
Does God know what it feels like to take a dick in the ass?
I mean, just again proving how demonic and
I'm just curious because you said God has knowledge of all things, right? Does
this? I mean, again, complete disgust. No, I mean, there's no answer to that.
The answer is yes. God is omniscient. Therefore, he knows what it's like to take a big juicy cock right up the ass. Absolutely.
Yeah. I've seen a few people run that argument. It's not really an argument, it's just a funny observation. Christians get triggered. How come the dog ain't eating a snack? That's really weird. Oh, little baby porcupine. Oh my goodness. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Clavicular talks about his experience with Jack Doherty on Sneako's stream.
I don't know if you guys in the chat already saw the clip on Party, but he was just being like, very disrespectful right off the bat, so I knew it wasn't going to go well. I think within the first minute or two, he was talking about how Aiden Ross was gonna fuck my girlfriend and all this shit, totally unprompted. And I didn't say anything at first because I was it just caught me off guard. I didn't know anyone would actually want to do collaboration and then just do that right away.
Yeah.
And I knew after all the disrespectful stuff that it was not gonna be good if I was on a yacht, because you're stuck out there for 4 hours. Right. And I knew it was gonna get progressively worse and worse. So I told him, turn off the mic for a second. And I pulled him aside for 10 minutes. I was I don't know if you think this is funny, but the way that you talked to me was the most egregious thing that I've ever heard. And I would be insane if I were to get on a yacht with you. I told him, I was I appreciate the offer and I appreciate you inviting me out here. But I'm not gonna put up with this. I didn't make it a big deal. He's like, oh, he got butt hurt. And I was like, no, dude, I didn't get butt hurt. It's I just didn't want to be on a yacht with you for 4 hours. Dude, the very unlikable person, in my opinion. That's not the way to talk. And his main thing that he kept saying to me was, oh, well, you said this about the girls that I'm with. And it's if we're gonna categorize these women the same, then I think that's a conversation we need to have. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna, sit here and act these girls who are posting porn videos are equivalent to my girlfriend.
Right.
So
it was good. You stood on business.
Yeah. So, dude, I'm just I told him, I'm dude, I'm not going for a clip. As soon as you guys saw, as soon as the camera came over, I was just have a good day, man. I'm genuinely, I was just this is outrageous, totally outrageous. I stayed extremely level-headed, and I was trying to teach him a lesson. But I think at the end of the day, he already knows what he's doing to a degree, and it's a very forced persona.
You might say a little closer to saying the mic's low.
Say it closer.
Yeah, it's turn all the way up. It's just the way.
Yeah, but he knows what he's doing. And that's why I was just I'm not gonna really bother explaining myself. You know exactly your intent. He's oh, it's not my intention to disrespect you. It's really? That's not your intention when you say Aiden Ross is gonna, fuck my girlfriend and take her on a jet, and she's in the door like doing this. I'm like, this is egregious, man. This is crazy.
He was saying good things about you on the jet. You were sleeping the whole jet ride. Everyone was saying positive things about you.
Well, that's good. Yeah, I mean, I liked all those guys a lot, That was like literally the first bad interaction. Like some of the guys who've been in the game for a while, but nothing you wouldn't expect.
Well, Jack Doherty is just a fucking dipshit. We all know that. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
And they want the same pay as male football teams.
Jeez. Oh my god. How do women suck so bad at sports? Like, you just don't see this. Oh my god. The fuck? Wow. Women are bad at sports. That's hilarious. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
I really want Jason Genova to come back and announce Order 66 on Mike Israel.
Yeah. Yeah, YouTube fitness just isn't the same without these crazy fucking lol cows. Thanks for the donation, Delray Beach Lifeguard. Q donate $2. Where were you yesterday? My sleep has been really messed up, and I ended up just not streaming and sleeping. So, I got good sleep last night. One problem I have is I'm growing so fucking quickly from the steroids. My body basically goes into like this like sleep and grow mode, sort of like a baby. You know how babies sleep like 18 hours a day? That's basically me. I'm up to 232 pounds now. I weighed myself this morning, and it was 232, and that's after, 8 hours sleep, took a big fat shit in the morning and everything. So, it's a real morning weigh-in, and I'm up to 232. So that's 5 pounds more over the last month or something. So I just keep fucking growing so much, and I just need a lot of sleep because of it, I guess. So that, I was planning on streaming earlier today. I was gonna stream between 4 and 6, but I ended up just fucking taking a nap that lasted for an extra 4 hours. But thanks for the donation, Q. Non-Wib donated $3. Let me see. Got my first boner. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there. But I'm not sure if that's a boner. Thanks for the donation, Non-Wib.
When you flex them. For men, research shows that this can be a sustainable and healthy body composition to maintain. For most people, energy levels and performance in the gym should be really solid. And if you're 20% body fat, you're probably leaner than you think. Only about 12% of men are leaner than this in the US. So if you get to 20% body fat, you're actually in a very small group. And for women, this is what 20% body fat looks like. This is Christina, who's been training consistently for over 10 years, and she measured at 21.4% on DEXA, 17.5% on BIA. Here, you can definitely see visible muscle shape and more definition through the midsection. For some, this level of body fat will be lower than where your body is comfortable. For others, this can be healthy and sustainable. You are 18.3% body fat.
Stop it.
But given that 20% is where a lot of pro-female athletes sit, I was a little surprised to see that some women still thought 20% was a bit too high.
No, like I want to look cut. Like I want to look like, oh my god, like she's jacked.
Yes, you do. You actually do. I don't know if you know that or not. Remember, 20% on a female is closer to 10% on a male. And here's the thing. If you're a woman, you have 20% body fat in the US, less than 1% of the female population is leaner than you. Actually, only about 2% of women in the United States have a body fat percentage under 25. So unless you're genetically very lean or you want to maintain a certain level of leanness for your sport, this is about as lean as most women can realistically sustain. And
dude, like, you don't even need to be in great shape to be, like, ahead of 90% of fucking people. Like, just going to the gym 3 days a week, you know, keeping track of your calories, you know, being a little under 20% so you got some definition. You're already ahead of, like, at least 90% of people. It's crazy. Like, no one exercises or eats well.
And hold while still feeling healthy and performing optimally. All right, next up, now we're down to 15% body fat. And this is where things get interesting. This is my friend Shamar, who's lost 25 pounds since the last time I saw him, and he came in at 15.3% on DEXA, 15.4% on BIA. At this level, you can see clear muscle separation, even some vascularity, especially in the biceps and forearms. Your abs will be clearly visible, even under average lighting, but I still wouldn't call this extreme leanness. I actually think most men should be able to maintain this level of leanness year-round, as long as you train hard and you pay attention to your diet. It'll take some discipline, but it's realistic. That said, if you have a genetically higher body fat set range, you may notice hunger creeping in at around this level. So if you're trying to maintain 15% body fat, you will need to pay attention to your food environment. There are a lot of processed, delicious foods around the house. You'll probably quickly snack your way up to 20%. Your gym performance and strength should be really good at this level, and most people shouldn't have to suffer too much to get there. But you might be surprised. If you're coming from a higher level of body fat, hitting 15% might take some serious dedication.
15.6. 15.6, man, okay. I'm looking right now. Yeah. The DEXA is the ego killer. Yeah, I'm doing more than the average there to get to be low body fat. So.
But let me ask you, are you happy with your physique?
Yes, overall I'm happy with that. Made a lot of progress.
And your performance?
Would you agree with this?
Let me see, Pooh.
Charlie Kirk wouldn't have passed away if he was more handsome. Do you agree with that? What? No, for real, that's an argument because it's like a halo effect.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing with like the Luigi guy, right? The Luigi guy was handsome and he killed someone and now everyone loves him. These girls are obsessing over him.
If he was good looking, you know, his points would be received a lot better.
It's like that blonde girl who got stabbed in the train by the black guy.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
like
way different.
people are saying, thank God she's hot. Because if she wasn't, people wouldn't talk about it.
Charlie Kirk wouldn't.
I feel like Charlie probably would still have gotten targeted and killed. So, yeah, I don't know about that. Thanks for the donation, though, Pooh. ABC donated $2, some cute shit. Let me see. Oh. Oh. Oh, the duck and dog are friends. That's a nice duck. Oh, that's good. Dude, why are birds so adorable and silly? Oh yeah, I saw this. The bird found out that golf balls bounce on concrete. Yeah, and he like bouncing the balls. Dude, that's so funny. Like, animals are fucking people, dude. I don't know how the fuck people can think animals aren't sentient. That's really adorable. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
Yep, yeah, no, I feel fine.
Well, then it's just enough, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Still, if you have more muscle mass and you're genetically leaner, you might be able to cruise down to 15% without much struggle at all.
I feel way better.
I am wearing
25 pounds down.
Crocs,
Yeah, I'm 2 pounds better. Vascularity's better.
Here's what I think. I think it's because you've taken your time.
Yeah,
the crash diet. You're still training super hard.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of muscle.
Yeah.
You know, so when you get rid of the fat surrounding you, you actually look bigger.
I look bigger.
You do look bigger.
You look bigger.
Yeah.
I feel like I look bigger.
I know. Yeah, that happens. Regardless, 15% is leaner than you think. Only about 2% of American men are below this level of body fat. And for women, 15% looks like this. Meet Vanessa. She's currently training for a high rocks competition, which is a hybrid event that combines running and various exercise stations. And she came in at 15.7% body fat on DEXA, 14.8% on BIA. And like I said, since women need about 10 to 12% body fat just for basic survival needs, this level of leanness is typically only seen in serious athletes preparing for a specific event. For a lot of women, this is where things can start to take a negative turn, especially if you're sustaining this level of leanness for a long period of time. Your hunger hormones can increase, energy can drop off, and you may lose your menstrual cycle. Staying this lean for years can also cause cause bone mineral loss and gut issues.
How's your hormonal health? It's sensitive. I don't want to put extra stress on my system. Okay. Otherwise, my period will get kind of wonky or like my sleep will get kind of messed up.
That said, there definitely is a fraction of women who seem to do fine at this level without any major issues. Still, for most women, 15% will be low, and sitting closer to 20% is going to feel healthier and more sustainable for long-term health. And I don't know, I think this is cool. 2 of these people are the exact same body fat percentage, which goes to show that just because you have the same number as someone else doesn't necessarily mean you're going to look like them.
I saw a YouTube personality, the weight that she was aiming for, said that was sustainable for her was way too light compared to me. But because we were the same height and like had similar goals, I like pointed to her and was like, that's what I should do. But it wasn't sustainable or safe for me to do that.
Even if you're the same height, weight, and body fat percentage, you can still have drastically different metabolisms from someone else.
Yeah.
So it's like everyone truly is their own unique person, and you have to figure out what goal makes most sense for you.
Yeah, and what's most sustainable.
Exactly. Okay, at this point, we've gone from 50% body fat all the way down to 12%. This is Jimmy, and he came in at 12.1% on DEXA, 13.8% on BIA. And as you can see, this is a very, very fit look. At this level, most men will have a fully defined six-pack with just a little fat covering the lower abdominals and a little fat left on the lower back. But at 12%, you should be lean enough to see some visible striations, especially when you flex under good lighting. I want people to appreciate, like, this is a true 12% physique. For most men, your performance will still be solid in the gym, but to be honest, most men won't be able to maintain this level of leanness without some serious discipline. You'll most likely need to track your calories or follow a meal plan. Most men won't just sit here without some active dietary restriction. Some men will be able to maintain 12%, no problem. But for most men, this is about as low as you can go without feeling like you're constantly dieting. 12% body fat is lean, much leaner than people realize. In fact, a recent data report of over 9,000 American men revealed just how many people are actually below.
Yeah, as a natural, I can only ever get down to about like 12 or 13% body fat. And if I went below there, my mood would turn to absolute fucking shit. And I think it's because of low estrogen. I got my hormones checked when I was at that body fat, when I was natural. My estrogen was fairly low. It was below 20. I think that's in picograms per mil or whatever the fuck, like the American standard, which is fairly low. And I think if I dip below that 12 or 13% threshold, it goes even lower, and then it just completely fucks my mood. Dodo donated $2, the Crimson Chin. I remember the Crimson Chin.
They're trying to present themselves as refugees, even though it's kind of a bastardization of the term refugee. The United States is not the closest location where a human being could seek refuge or safety, right? It's like a real definition of what it means to be a refugee. But our own United States State Department, as I exclusively reported and exposed, have
This is like edited, right? She doesn't. Did she get some new cosmetic surgery? That has to be edited, right? Oh. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh. Dude, I love those little kitty paws. Dude, cats are hilarious. Sees the bird. Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow. I love kitties. Kitties are so good. What's this gay horse shit? Beastland theme park is officially open in Saudi Arabia. Oh, jeez. Ugh, I want to vomit in my mouth.
A wheelbarrow full of popcorn.
Oh. Oh, goats love popcorn. Oh my goodness, look at those goats enjoying their popcorn. Oh. Oh, goats love popcorn. Oh my goodness. Oh, there's an emu. Oh my god. Oh wow, look at him munching. Oh, that is some good popcorn. Oh my goodness, that's good popcorn. Oh my god. Oh, that is so good. Oh my goodness. Those are good munchies. Jeffrey Epstein asks his brother Mark Epstein whether Putin has photos of Trump blowing Bubba, which is Bill Clinton's nickname. Wow. Weird. Dude, this Epstein shit is just getting so fucking crazy. There's... Like, I'm expecting to see some real nutty incriminating shit come out from that eventually. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Yeah, you as a natural couldn't get below 12% body fat because you were following the vegan gains diet and not the sugar boy diet. There's this 50-year-old dude who has 5% body fat, lean ripped abs, gets virgin Chinese pussy. Just no fatty foods, your fave.
I eat a very, very low-fat diet. Like, damn near close to 0 as you can reasonably get. I think my dietary fat intake at this point is definitely below 5% of daily calories. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
12% body fat. How many out of the 9,000 do you think were under 12% body fat?
200. Maybe 500.
500?
500. 9,000 people, 400 people.
One person.
What? One?
One person.
Oh my
Isn't that crazy? So it goes to show like how lean that really is when you compare to the general population, right? For women, 12% is virtually unheard of outside of bodybuilding stages. At this level, you're just about down to only having essential body fat left. Performance-enhancing drugs are often needed to get this lean, and even then, strength and energy in the gym will almost always take a hit. Chances are you'll be constantly thinking about food. Just ask Alicia here.
I crave a lot of chocolate. A lot of chocolate. Like, I thought I was buying like a small bag of like chocolate chips, but then I ordered like a really large bag.
Okay.
And I like craving them, and I was just like handful and like ate them, and I'm like, I don't even know why I did that.
You are like me. That has literally been me the last week with chocolate chips on oatmeal. She's a pro bodybuilder hoping to get back on stage soon, and she came in at 12.2% body fat on DEXA, 14.7 on BIA.
So I'm just kind of like go all day, but then when I get home and I'm finally like, then I'm like, oh my god, I'm hungry. I can eat the world. Like I want to eat everything.
Okay, on our journey from 50%, we've got a couple levels of leanness left to go, and it gets pretty intense. For men, at around 10.
No, the only overt fat source that I eat is a really, really tiny amount of avocado oil. I got an avocado oil spray so that I could reduce my fat intake a bit more. And I just spray the pan real quick when I fry when I fry tofu. So it's a really, really tiny amount. Barely any fat in my diet.
10% body fat. I've got 3 different examples. Nicholas came in at 10.5%, Ali at 9.0, and my latest DEXA also came back at 9.0% body fat. At this level, your abs will be clearly defined, and you should have visible separation in all the heads of any given muscle. In all 3 of us, you can see a clear outline.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, that's gummy.
Are you kidding me, Lilo?
Молодец!
Oh my god.
No, 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 no!
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Even Gummy isn't that bad. He'll just try to steal my food. Cat follows man through apartment like racist Walgreens employee. Yeah, they do that.
المي اللي انقذتنا من النوم احنا كنا نايمين من الصبح اصبحنا على هذه المياه احنا كنا نايمين هان كان اطفال هذا الطفل وهذا الطفل كانوا نايمين هان في هذا كان الطفل نايم عليها ليش بتنظروش لنا بعين العطف والحنان ايش اطفالكم تصحوا هيك هان ليش يصير في هيك ليش
I have no idea what he's saying, but he seems like a whiny dick. Watch full.
Jeffrey.
Oh, gee. This is an hour long. Like, there's no fucking chance we're watching through this entire
He
thing.
feels terrible. He has no motivation, no energy, no drive. Whenever he finally sits down to work, it just doesn't feel good. How do those other guys do it? They seem like they enjoy studying. Jeffrey is one of the unfortunate young men who has low testosterone. Inside of his veins, we see pesticides, we see chemicals, and even plastic. It's no wonder he feels so bad. If only he could be more like Adonis. Adonis lives the most healthy, the most natural, the most masculine lifestyle
No, he just takes steroids.
ever. He's a hunter, he's a leader, he spends his days out
No, he just takes steroids.
in nature, in the sun. Of course his testosterone levels are high. Whilst other
Yeah, because he takes steroids.
men struggle to wake up with morning wood, Adonis wakes up with, you know this by now, morning steel. Welcome to this full guide on...
You know, I'm pretty sure Hamza is like bisexual. It's really strange how he's obsessed with like big jack dudes and big dicks. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. We'll skip through some of the sections on this, maybe. Abel, donate to others. How much sodium are you consuming on average? I had to reduce my sodium intake. Right now, it would be about like 1,200 to 1,500, roughly, per day. The biggest source of sodium is the protein powder that I consume. So, that's sort of unavoidable. Yeah, and then I put a little tiny bit of Korean barbecue sauce on my tofu. Otherwise, like, I use a salt-free seasoning. It's potassium-based. The steroids I'm on, they activate, like, steroids just in general, they activate the angiotensin pathway in your kidneys. So it signals your kidneys to store more sodium and water than normal. It doesn't have a big impact on it. It hasn't so far raised my blood pressure where I'm hypertensive, but it does make me store more body water. So I had to reduce my sodium intake because of that. I am actually going to go on an ARB. I'm going to go on telmisartan. Yeah, I did reduce my sodium intake. It was closer to like maybe 2,000, 2,500 milligrams, and I dropped it down to about 12 to 1,500. Thanks for the donation, Abel.
VG Adonis doesn't take steroids because he is not a real person. I'm sorry to break it to you.
Well, I mean, hypothetically, if he was a real person. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Line of the different heads of the triceps, and noticeable striations through our chest and shoulders. At 9 or 10%, your midsection will be pretty ripped, and there shouldn't be any noticeable pouches of fat anywhere on your back or legs. Here I am at 9%, and you can see clear separation between all the heads of my quads and feathering in my back and hamstrings. 9% is very lean. I was even surprised that Ollie clocked in at 9% because his arms look so shredded and vascular, I honestly expected him to be closer to 7 or 8%. But that's the thing, 9 to 10% is leaner than people think. The fitness community said for years that 10 to 12 and 10 is the healthy, not too lean, sweet spot that men should aim for.
You can get all the definition that you want and still have performance capabilities without sacrificing quality of your life.
But I'm not sure that's true. getting down to or just below 10% body fat usually requires a lot more sacrifice than many people are willing to make. And for the vast majority of men, 10% probably simply won't be sustainable without some serious dietary restriction and highly disciplined training. I do this as a career. I think I'm genetically leaner than most people, and getting to 10% was harder than I expected. But genetics are huge, and some people can maintain 10% body fat without any major issues, for sure.
How do you feel day to day? Great, honestly. Now, like, this would probably be my default. Really, the fact that you are performing well, you're feeling good, your energy is good at that percentage. Okay, that's a good, healthy percentage for you, right?
This is the power of genetics, but that's the thing. I think most guys who actually do get to or just below 10% are usually genetically leaner, and so they can hold it a lot more easily. Then those guys make the suggestion that that's the sustainable sweet spot, not realizing that most people will have to struggle to get there, and for them, it may not be worth it. So unless you have really good genetics, you most likely won't just end up at 10% body fat. It's certainly an achievable goal, but for most people, it will be a challenge, and it will require some serious dietary structure. Oh, and for women,
Recent egg post from Mice Keith.
Let me take a look.
Fuck you! Motherfucker.
All those girls that are accusing Mizkif of shit are fucking liars. Particularly that chick Imaru. Clearly making shit up. We reacted to that Turkey Tom video in a previous stream. Dude, all these fucking chicks, like, it's so fucking commonplace for women to lie about abuse or sexual assault or whatever the fuck. Like, I don't know how anybody takes them fucking seriously. This dumb bitch says she broke up with this dude. He didn't get over it. She lets him come over. She then lets him start cuddling and touching her. And then he, like, thinks, oh, okay, she's taking me back. She's into me again. And then he grabs her butt. And then, like, she says she screams and, oh my God. But then, like, after claiming he sexually assaulted her, she then went on to complain that he just left. Like, she wanted him to stick around after she was sexually assaulted. Like, their stories are so absurd and ridiculous and fucking stupid, and they're so clearly being fucking manipulative and trying to socially engineer these situations. And then everyone fucking eats it up. Like, it is crazy to me. Like, if I had to go through what Mizkif went through with this fucking nonsense, like, I don't know if I'd be able to control myself. I might go, like, completely fucking nuts. Like I don't know how much money the guy makes. Like, maybe he's rich. I saw him driving an Audi R8. Like, maybe if I had his kind of money, like, I'd be like, okay, fuck society. I'm just gonna go live out in my mansion in the woods or something. But holy fuck. If I had that going on and I was broke or something, like, I think I'd just go postal or some shit. Like, being surrounded with that many crazy lying retards and everyone buying it up, I think I might actually go fucking nuts. Thanks for the donation though, nigga.
Your biggest problem is the years of damage you did to yourself, bulking as you call it. AKA eating like shit, vegan donuts, Chinese takeout, tenin, vegan mayo and garden chicken tenders every day for literally years. It'll take years to recover from.
Okay, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Let's just be glad women like this don't and never will rule the world thanks to True MP as much as we hate him.
Yeah, I guess that's one benefit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Research cites 10% body fat as the leanest level biologically possible, so I do not recommend getting to this level unless you're doing it for a short-term competitive purpose, ideally under the supervision of a coach or a medical professional. But I did manage to find a couple examples. AJ is a professional bikini competitor, and her DEXA scan came back at...
Whoa! I have never seen this in my life. 9.9.
But this level of body fat doesn't come without serious side effects.
It feels terrible. It's so bad. If I brush my hair, a lot of hair comes out. I haven't had a period in quite a long time. My last period might have been May I know it's gonna take a while to get it back.
Gia is also a national level competitor, and she came back even leaner, 9.1% body fat. Absolutely mind-blowing. But again, this is a very short-term thing that I wouldn't recommend outside of very serious competitive contexts.
3 weeks ago, I started to notice like a significant dip in my energy levels to the point where I would stand up and I'd be like, whoa. And just like walking up the stairs or just walking, because like it felt like such a chore.
Yeah. And food cravings at this level are usually absolutely out of control.
I went out for sushi. I think I had like 4 or 5 rolls of sushi and 5 guys plus fries, plus eat that entire day. Your body is metabolizing it so quickly, but the more you eat, the more your body wants food. So
given the extreme health risks of going any lower, this is the leanest level I'll be showing for women, but there's still 2 levels left for men. And the last level gets pretty wild. Okay, 8% body fat is what I would consider shredded. This is Luke. He's a professional natural physique competitor 2 weeks out from his competition. And his body fat came back at 8.4% on DEXA, 9.5% on BIA. At this level of leanness, you'll have clear, deep striations in almost all your muscle groups. Usually the only muscle not fully striated at 8% body fat is your glutes. And that may sound awesome, and you do look super ripped, but if you are willing to make the sacrifices necessary to get here, you're still gonna have to deal with some side effects. Your testosterone usually starts to drop off simply because your body is sending every signal to just go find some food. No time for reproduction, you need to eat. No time for sleep, you need to eat. You might be thinking about food all day and night. If you could have one cheat meal right now, what would it be? Sushi. I didn't even have to think. Now, while there may be a few extreme genetic outliers who can get here without any serious discomfort, the vast majority of men will only be able to sustain this level of leanness for a short period of time. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Can you start reciting that backwards for me, starting at G?
Dude, I couldn't do that even if I wanted.
But do you find that you have like brain fog, like you can't always get the words you want and that kind of thing?
Yeah, I'm running in like slow motion at all times. The littlest of things can annoy me and agitate me so much.
If you want to get to 8% body fat for a photo shoot or a competition, I do think there is a relatively healthier way to do it as a male. Eat high protein, don't diet too quickly, prioritize nutrient-dense whole foods, and try to keep your cool. But it can get tricky after the diet is over. That's because your body is constantly screaming at you to eat more, and so a lot of men will quickly rebound in weight, oftentimes shooting over where they were before they even started. That's why I don't usually recommend getting to single-digit body fat unless you have a really good reason for it and a solid plan for after the diet is over. But there's still one level left to go.
People don't realize to get to 5%, that's like a next level kind of dieting.
I personally think it's impossible for most men without enhancement. It's very hard because it drives the muscle up, and so you get the percentage down. Okay, so we started at 50%, and now we're all the way down to 5% body fat. This is Lachlan, and he's 3 weeks out from a classic physique competition. And he came in at 5.5% on DEXA and 3.1% on BIA. 5.5. Ooh, shredded, man. I told you. That's awesome. This is an extreme, borderline dangerous level of leanness.
Dodo, donate $2. Let me see. Yeah, anti-Semitism. Well, it is New York.
I'm trying the traditional plant-based food from around the world, and this is a popular Indian curry made with peanuts. Let's make Bagara Bengan. The Indian city of Hyderabad is known for arguably one of India's richest plant-based curries. It's made with a mixture of toasted and ground peanuts, sesame seeds and coconut that are cooked together with spices, onion, curry leaves, and a garlic and ginger paste until everything smells heavenly. Flavor it with more spices and salt, give it a tang with some tamarind, then add plenty of water and cook it until it looks outrageously rich before it's time for the aubergines. Traditionally, you would use baby aubergines like this and give them an incision, but you can also use larger aubergines instead and just dice them. Add the aubergines to the curry to absorb all of the flavors, then plate it up for an Indian showstopper that begs to be eaten with plenty of freshly steamed.
That looks nice. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And it generally only makes sense in the context of bodybuilding contest prep. At this level, you'll have dense, grainy muscle separation, and honestly, it's very, very difficult to achieve without anabolic assistance, simply because as you naturally cut down below 6, 7, or 8%, your body starts to eat away at your muscle. No matter what you do, the side effects to get this lean are gonna be rough. Your body's gonna be sending you every possible signal to please go eat, all hours of day and night. And it's interesting, because the fitness industry praises leanness so much, a lot of people think the leaner you get, the healthier you get. But that isn't true.
The body fat that I'm at right now is not attainable long term. The little tasks in life become the most challenging. Getting out of your car to walk into work, it's like you gotta sit there and think, oh, I gotta go do this.
You know what the irony is? We both go through the same problems, but we both have different goals and journeys in life.
And this is where it gets crazy, because I do think this level of leanness, especially combined with certain special supplements, can cause people to act in ways they no longer recognize. After filming this video, Lachlan ran into Ollie, our 9% subject, at the gym and acted completely out of line.
My studio is for posing and for other stuff, not to be on a phone call. Why can't you go down there? You don't need the lighting for this. Go somewhere else. This is the posing room. This is, dude, the posing is downstairs. I'm not trying to be a skinny before it's not. Okay, so what? Can you talk to me like a brother? No, you're not brother, dude. Why are you being so... This isn't a live streaming spot, dude. If you want to go do that, you can do that outside. Over there. I need the lighting to post.
The incident ended up going viral on social media, and to be honest, my initial reaction was to think it was staged. What are the chances that 2 subjects from this video just happened to run into each other and get in an altercation the very next week? So after the incident, I wanted to give them both a call to make sure everything was all right and to get their thoughts on why this happened.
What would I say to him? Well, I would apologize and tell him that I apologize for the way I handle things, because I do take responsibility. That was not who I am. I reacted out of emotion and not logic, and that happens to people sometimes. It happened to me. I feel bad. I'll learn from it. I'll grow from it. That's how I roll. Okay.
First of all, I didn't expect the video to do the way it did. I don't feel so good about it because he's getting out of 8.
Ali had a good attitude about the situation too, reiterating that it's never okay to body shame someone, and we want the gym to be a place where everyone feels safe and welcome, no matter their shape or their size.
Yeah.
It will be 65 million years later and women like that will still not have equal rights and still be working in the kitchen and will just have to get used to it.
Well, we'll probably just have robots to do that. So women will probably just complain all day. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
You know what's funny, Jeff, is like I've never had any sort of experience with feeling any different while using that sort of supplementation. But it's almost like this video made me think like, oh man, maybe I did roid rage. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know if roid rage is like a real thing or not. Like, I haven't seen much in the way of like actual science about it, but anecdotally, like you do tend to see that like the higher dosage guys, like they do tend to let their temper get the best of them more often, but it seems to be very individual. I mean, I agree with you. Like it's not an excuse and it should be like that type of behavior is not acceptable for sure, obviously. But I think like it's a contributing factor, you know, like it is a contributing factor. Okay. So with all this in mind, if you want the best combination of health, performance.
I think roid rage is mostly a myth. Like especially when you're talking about the standard go-to compounds.
Some Destiny ments.
Okay, I'll take a look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, nigga. Yeah, when you're talking about the standard go-to compounds, testosterone, boldenone, nandrolone, and primobolan, and I guess masteron too. Hardly anybody ever like anecdotally reports having aggression issues on those drugs. With testosterone, it seems to actually calm you down and make you more like mentally balanced. And it has mood enhancing effects, so you just feel like happier all the time. Nandrolone tends to just cause really bad anxiety, especially at higher doses. Boldenone, a lot of people report, again, having anxiety, depression from it. Apparently, some of that's due to its effect on GABA in the brain. Same with nandrolone. Apparently, it affects GABA in the brain, and it's also like progestogenic. I'm taking a fairly low dose of boldenone. It's only 210 milligrams per week, and what I've noticed is it definitely has a calming effect. It just makes me feel really relaxed, and I get a good sense of wellness from it. The feeling I get from boldenone is almost identical to the feeling I get from growth hormone. The only difference is the boldenone doesn't make me feel sleepy, whereas growth hormone, when you take growth hormone, you just want to take a fucking nap. But, yeah, the compounds that seem to really trigger rage, well, the compound is tren. Almost universally, I see people talking about, like, having rage issues on tren. And some of the, like, orals, so, like, halotestin, anadrol, superdrol, I've heard dudes report having, like, rage and aggression on those, but for the most part, like, most of the go-to bodybuilding steroids that, like, everybody uses, those don't seem to trigger aggression and rage issues. It's just some of the orals and tren. That's really it. Let me see the Destiny mints.
This is my best friend, Lauren De Laguna. How you doing? You came to Texas to Bobby. I literally am gang stalking her right now.
I'll go through some of those. I've seen at least some of those clips already. Thanks for the donation, nigga. Dodo Donatello's new thumbnail for you.
That is if our species even lasts that long, which at the rate it's going would be very unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll pull through, but we're going through some tough times. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. That's a nice gum. My goodness. It's a really good gum. I love my gum. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
performance and aesthetics, what's the ideal body fat percentage for you? Well, I know I detailed a lot of different body fat percentages, and 20 to 30% is usually the sweet spot. American College of Sports Medicine to 22% as a healthy range. I think this performance is finding a range where you can live a healthy and health. The real goal is to find a balance that makes you feel strong, healthy.
All right. So let's go through my lab results. So since, basically since the beginning of October, I've been on 210 milligrams of Boldnone and 350 milligrams testosterone per week. So I inject daily, so that's 50 milligrams test and enthate. And, what is it? 30 milligrams Boldnone per day. So when I first hopped on gear August 1st, I was only on 210 milligrams test cypionate per day. And 5 IUs growth hormone, and I'm still taking growth hormone, 5 IUs. So the big change was I added in Boldnone. The reason I added in Boldnone is for collagen synthesis benefits. So I'm trying to increase the strength of my connective tissue, tendons, joints as much as I can. That's always been a persistent problem for me. I think that's due to being put on a really high dose of fluoroquinolones, which are antibiotics that are known to destroy your tendons. And since then, I've had connective tissue problems. So that's why I added in Boldnone, and the reason I upped the test dose is Boldnone acts as an aromatase inhibitor. So I don't want to crush my estrogen to 0, so I increased the test dose. So this is what my testosterone is, my total testosterone on 350 milligrams test per week. Okay, I hate how this scales, so I'm gonna zoom in here. So my testosterone's 142.5 millimoles per liter. That translates to 4,100 nanograms per deciliter. Pretty sure. Let me just double check. Yeah, that's 4,109 nanograms per deciliter. So that's 4 times higher than the upper reference range, and that is almost 8 times higher than what it was when I was natural. So I was at 560, 566, something like that, nanograms per deciliter naturally. So that's not a super high test dose. If you look online, Reddit forum bros, that sort of shit, a lot of people start off with 500 milligrams testosterone per week. On 350, my testosterone is over 4,000. So you do not need that much test necessarily to boost your testosterone levels. I might be, well, I am. I know I'm definitely a hyper responder. Most people who go on gear don't get the physique changes I've had. I think I have a polymorphism where I really metabolize these drugs very quickly. So there's esterase that I think your liver produces that helps to cleave the esters from these drugs. I think I have a lot of esterase activity because even with really long-acting drugs like Boldnone, I immediately notice a difference. So part of why my test is so high could be, again, weird genetic thing. So my total test is at over 4,000 nanograms per deciliter. Free testosterone. Now, the free testosterone is, I think, even kind of crazier. So this is in Canadian. This is like a normal Canadian thing. I think with free test, it's like picograms per mil or something for American units. Let me see. I'm just going to use a conversion tool. So my free testosterone is 5,432 picomoles per liter. The reference range is 160 to 699. So 699 is the upper reference range. I'm at 5,432. That translates to 1,566 picograms per mil, which I think is the standard American reference range. And the reference range for picograms per mil, I think it goes up to about 250. So I'm over 1,500. I also got my estradiol checked, or E2. So boldenone definitely acts as a potent aromatase inhibitor, because on only 210 milligrams test-cypionate, I remember it was much higher, my estrogen. Now it's in the normal reference range, 106 picomoles per liter. I think that translates to 28 picograms per mil or something. Let me just get a conversion thing. Estradiol, picomoles per little picograms per mil. So yeah, it's 28 picograms per mil. Before, on only 210 milligrams test-cypionate, it was at 75 picograms per mil. So I upped the test dose to 350, and I'm using enanthate now, not cypionate. With the 210 boldenone, it's at 28.87 picograms per mil, so less than half with a higher test dose. So boldenone's a pretty potent aromatase inhibitor. Now, because of this, I am going to up the test dose. I want my estrogen to be a little higher. The reason for that is it's a variety of reasons. You're probably going to be more anabolic with slightly higher estrogen. There's cardiac benefits. Estrogen is cardioprotective. It's better for your health. And it also helps with collagen synthesis, skin quality, stuff like that. So I'm going to up the test dose. We're going to go to, what is it? 0.25 mils per day. So that would be 62.5 milligrams per day. And that will end up being 437 per week. Just to get the estrogen a bit higher. And what else do we got here? Complete blood count. This actually surprised me. So my complete blood count, everything is still in range. Nothing is out of the ordinary. So my hemoglobin, hematocrit, red blood cell count, platelets, they're all within the normal reference range. Boldenone has a reputation of massively increasing your red blood cell count and hematocrit. My hematocrit and red blood cell count actually went down after adding in boldenone. Some of that might be due to probably being a little more hydrated. I do drink at least 2 liters of water before I take these tests, but I might have been slightly more hydrated before I took this test. But yeah, I have not had any issues with my hematocrit on this test dose and adding in boldenone. Doesn't seem to really do anything to my hematocrit and complete blood count. I was expecting it to start increasing, but it just didn't. And cholesterol. So versus the last test, my cholesterol did go up. So this is in, like, you know, dumb Canadian commie units. But basically, last test I had, where I was just taking the 210 milligrams testosterone, my LDL cholesterol was at 61 milligrams per deciliter. It's climbed up to 93 milligrams per deciliter. When I was natural, my LDL usually sat around 80. So versus being natural, there's been about a 10-point increase in my cholesterol score. Now, there's a few reasons why it might have climbed. When I got my last test, I was taking retatrutide, 1 milligram per week. Retatrutide does lower your cholesterol, so I stopped taking it. Primarily just for cost reasons, like, you know, it's an extra medication and I don't want to spend like an extra $100 a month on something when I don't have to. I also stopped dieting. The reason I was on Reto was to prevent going hypoglycemic. I have a real tendency to go hypoglycemic if I'm in a caloric deficit. So since I'm not trying to be in a caloric deficit anymore, I just went off retatrutide because I didn't have the issues with hypoglycemia. That could explain the increase in LDL. I did also increase my total calorie intake. Don't know how much that would really affect my serum lipids because I eat a very low-fat diet, pretty much 0 saturated fat, lots of fiber, no processed food, just all clean food. So not sure how much being in like caloric maintenance or maybe in a slight surplus would really affect that. And boldenone is known to increase LDL. So hard to say exactly why there's a 30-point increase. There's like multiple factors. Some of it may be due to the boldenone. Some may be related to the higher test dose. May be related to, like, almost certainly related to just getting rid of retatrutide. What I'm going to do for this, though, ideally you want to keep your LDL below 70. I am going to add in red yeast rice extract. It basically has the same enzyme in it that's in statin medications, so cholesterol-lowering medications. So I'm going to add that in to my supplement routine, and we'll see how that affects my LDL cholesterol down the road. I'm going to get another test done next month. So hopefully that can get my LDL to around 70 or lower. We'll see. If my LDL is still a bit elevated, like, you know, around like 80, 85 or something, I'll probably just go on a mild statin like Crestor. Just to be safe. 93 LDL, especially considering I don't have any other cardiovascular risk factors, it's not the biggest deal, but again, it's better, just lower is always better. HDL cholesterol, it's still pretty reasonable. I think it's like 48. which is fine. My HDL cholesterol isn't crushed. Triglycerides are still low. Again, I think that translates to like about 50 or 60 on my triglyceride score. So cholesterol numbers, not too bad, but I do want to improve them. So red yeast rice extract, we're going to add in. We'll see how that affects my cholesterol. If it doesn't go down much, I'm just going to go on Crestor. But overall, doing pretty good. I'm up to 232 pounds now. That was the weigh-in this morning. In terms of side effects, not really dealing with anything. So like no acne, no mood swings. My blood pressure is still healthy. It's usually sitting around 110/70, which is right in the healthy range. I do have some mild water retention, which again is why I'm going to go on an ARB. So I'm going to add in telmisartan. I'm going to start at 20 milligrams per day, see how that affects the water retention and my blood pressure. I'm pretty prone to low blood pressure, so I don't want to start off with like 40 milligrams. And telmisartan's also got a lot of other benefits. It's cardioprotective. It prevents maladaptive cardiomyopathy, left ventricular hypertrophy. It has vasodilative properties. It does prevent the reabsorption of sodium, so it will, in all likelihood, lower my blood pressure. So I don't want it too low because, again, I'm really prone to low blood pressure. Main reason I'm going on it is to get rid of some of the mild water retention. It's not really visually apparent, but I am having numbness and some pain going down my arms and hands. I think some of that is actually due to just putting on too much muscle too quickly. So I've gained a total of 32 pounds since August, which is ridiculous. So if you rapidly gain muscle mass, that can put some pressure on like the nerves in your body, particularly around your arms and hands. But I know for sure some of that numbness and shit that I get in my hands occasionally, that is from the water retention. So I took the black market Cialis and I had really severe edema. That was causing numbness and pain in my hands when I had that. So I know some of it is due to water retention. So again, another reason why I'm going to go on the telmisartan. So that's basically the what's going on now. But yeah, testosterone is through the fucking roof. I am gaining muscle like fucking crazy. Like literally every day when I look in the mirror, I just see daily changes where I just look more jacked. It's fucking unreal. Like steroids fucking work. It's kind of ridiculous how people are talking about, you know, turkesterone and this other fucking horse shit. Like, even the low dose of testosterone I was on to begin with, the 210 cypionate per week, I had no blood pressure issues, no water retention, my cholesterol was good, and I gained 20 pounds of muscle in 2 months. So, and it was cheap. It was about $50 per month for that test dose. So that is a comparable cost to turkesterone. So like I'm pushing things harder because like obviously I want to get into bodybuilding and stuff. But for your average person, like I think the progress that I made in those first 2 months, like I think 99.9% of people would be totally happy with you know, this sort of improvement. So this was 2 months on 210 milligrams test. $50. So I would have been paying the same amount for turkesterone. And again, absolutely no issues I had to deal with. I didn't have to go on any ancillary medications or anything. So, like, it's just fucking silly that there's these, like, dumb supplements that are coming to market, like turkesterone. We've had drugs since the 1940s that clearly fucking work, are clearly safe. It's, like, kind of fucking retarded that, anyone's talking or considering turkesterone. Is my rib feeling better? It is. It is feeling better. Still hurts, but I tried deadlifting, like doing stiff leg deadlifts the other day. Couldn't do it. And still had a lot of pain in my ribs, but it is getting better. But yeah, all things considered, considering the rate of progress I'm making, and considering, like, again, my values are pretty decent, I don't really mind having to deal with these little problems, like, you know, the little bit of water retention, having to go on telmisartan. It's an extremely, extremely inexpensive medication anyway. Costs like nothing. I think it's like $20 a month, basically. And again, the cholesterol issue, very easy to deal with. Even if I wanted to go on medications for it, again, statin medications are dirt cheap. It's like $20-30 a month, if that. So not a huge cost. Like, if I had to go on retatrutide indefinitely, that'd be a different story. Especially if I had to go at a higher dose, like, then you're looking at $100 plus per month, so.
Also, people who draw anti-Semitic graffiti like that should rot in jail for the rest of their worthless lives.
Yes, I agree. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Gummy, get the fuck off the... Get off. Hey, Isaac. Hey, Isaac. Hey, Isaac. 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 I think Gummy sat on your... Huh? Yeah. Oh, I think Gummy was sitting on your laptop. I don't know if he did anything. Yeah, no problem. Leave the door open. God damn it. All right.
New genetic beast video titled Why Age Doesn't Exist in Nature. I wonder what he means by that, lol.
Alright friends, it's Team...
I can guarantee you age does exist in nature. Time comes for us all. Okay, we can take a look at this. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
Do you notice your willy is bigger on the flop and thicker / harder during an erection on gear?
Can't say I notice it being bigger when it's flaccid, but I definitely have bigger, harder erections. Thanks for the donation, Jumper.
Can we react to this ABC News special about one of the Earth's most endangered species, the vaquita porpoise, which we have talked a little bit about before?
It begins with the trafficker.
Okay, we're motivating.
It's a really powerful message to
controlled by the car.
I think we have more pressing matters to attend to, but thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donators now react to Hamza testosterone videos since he is a testosterone expert now. Alright, we can skip through this. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, I'm still injecting daily.
On testosterone. This is like a paid course that other creators charge Testosterone levels in men are rapidly declining, and there are so many studies that now prove this. The Massachusetts Male Aging Study found a 1.2% decline in testosterone every year. The US Air Force Health Study found a population level decline of 8.9%.
That's funny. Let me change the scaling on this. So if you read the abstract, secular decline accounts for a loss of 178 nanograms per deciliter of male testosterone. Married men at each cycle have nearly 42 nanograms per deciliter lower testosterone than unmarried men. Married men have less testosterone. That's hilarious. If I had to guess, it's due to stress. These married men are unhappy and stressed out over their fucking, ball and chain, fucking nagging them all day. And married men have lower testosterone. That's fucking hilarious. And then this dumb motherfucker makes video after video telling his audience that they should get married at some point in their lives and have this traditional, nuclear family. And then he shows a fucking study showing married men have lower testosterone. That's ironic.
Do you still do OnlyFans? Asking for a friend.
I do. Thanks for the donation, Jason Blaha.
US Air Force Health Study found a population level decline of 8.9 nanograms per deciliter per calendar year, and this was even after adjusting.
You sure you don't want to react to this later? VG Terre is even some cute footage of a mother and calf at the 22:25 mark.
It's not enforced, so the ban was there.
I'm pretty sure I don't want to react to this.
Two of the world's most endangered marine mammals are swimming by. They're within 200
Yeah, that's boring. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
For aging. The group's testosterone that they tested went from 638 nanograms to 431 nanograms over 20 years, even adjusting for age. There was a study in Israel from 2006 to 2019. At the peak age of
You were a married man.
21, the mean testosterone went from 19.6 nmol to 17.76, which is the equivalent of a 10% drop over 10 years. And the biggest one, in young men aged 20 to 39, in the year 2000, the mean testosterone was 605 nanograms per deciliter. 605 nanograms it's a pretty okay level. But in 2015, for similar men, it dropped to 451 nanograms. That's almost a 30% drop in 50 years.
Most of this discrepancy can probably be chalked up to obesity. They've controlled for that variable. I don't know how well. I think they usually rely on BMI. But apparently even independent of BMI, testosterone levels are declining. I really think like 99.9% of dudes should just be on testosterone. There's just like people have a weird view of medicine. We kind of think of medicine as something that's just supposed to heal illness. So if your normal healthy set point is 0 and you have a health problem that brings you to -5, all medicine is supposed to do is bring you back to 0. But we have drugs that can put you at like +5. Like you can be better than you were before. So, like, lower risk of heart disease, more muscle mass, lower risk of diabetes, better insulin sensitivity, more energy. Like, why aren't we taking advantage of these medications? So, like, 99.9% of dudes, if they want to be better and healthier and fitter, especially in the long run, they really should just be on testosterone.
You got any crazy thick blue/purple stretch marks during your cycle yet? Mine have lost their color, but the gnarly stretch marks still remain.
No. I don't, like... The only time I ever got, like, bad visible, like, purple stretch marks was when I was much younger and I got, like, fat. It was when I quit hockey because of knee issues, and I gained weight pretty quickly. And I got fat, like, around grade 9-ish, and, that was the only time I remember having stretch marks where you could see some, like, red or purplish in them. It was around my love handles and I think a bit in my armpits. Like, I sort of have stretch marks all over, but they're, like, really light, you know, faint. You can't really see them unless you, like, look right up close. They're just like these really faint, you know, light colored lines. But the only time I ever had, you know, those weird, like, bruised look stretch marks was around grade 9 when I got, like, pretty fat. Thanks for the donation though, Jumper. Appreciate it.
I have a friend who is on TRT at just a normie dose and he's had all kinds of side effects. Cystic acne, has to take an AI and donates his blood every few weeks. Why is it some people get side effects and some don't? He says he almost regrets starting.
Well, here's a few things to consider. Most people get side effects like that because their doctors are fucking retards. And they don't know how to instruct their patients to administer properly. They're not on an appropriate dose. And they're also not taking whatever ancillary medications or supplements that that particular patient may need in order to keep side effects in check. So everyone responds to drugs differently. You can take any medication and some people have radically different effects. Like even, like you can look at, people who take hard drugs. Like there are people who take heroin, don't like it that much, and they might only take it occasionally in like social settings. And then some people get like insanely massively addicted to it. Same with like tobacco or cigarette smoking. Some people just don't crave nicotine and they'll only smoke socially, like maybe once every month or two. But then others, they'll just become like crazy fucking chain smokers. You'll see with even extremely safe medications like cholesterol lowering medications, some people have absolutely no side effects and they'll just get a reduction in their cholesterol. Some people will get a massive amount of muscle soreness from it, and not get a big reduction in their cholesterol score. It's just the case with every medication. Different people will experience radically different side effects and, you know, benefits from the drug. But generally, when you see people get cystic acne, high estrogen, and high hematocrit, there's a few reasons for that. One, they're likely injecting only once per week. Daily injections lowers aromatization, and it also prevents some of those other side effects like erythropoiesis or erythrocytosis. It also prevents like other, like, you know, the estrogen related acne. So he probably has him only injecting maybe once or twice per week. He should be injecting daily. That helps to keep estrogen levels low. If he's on an AI, I don't know if he's prone to aromatization, but losing body fat will lower aromatase activity. So if you just go on a diet, lose body fat, get below 15%, chances are you're not going to aromatize at a high rate if you're on a low test dose, especially with daily injections. You can also take things like calcium deglucarate and zinc to help block aromatase activity. And, like, again, what's fucking silly is we have other anabolic steroids that act as an AI, so you don't have to take an AI. You could take boldenone, which is extremely cheap, and if you're just using it for the AI effect, you can take an extremely low dose that probably won't do anything. Primobolan, that also acts as an AI. It's a bit more of a mild AI than boldenone, but still acts as an AI. The issue with aromatase inhibitors like Arimidex is they can cause blood clotting and shit. And doctors also don't know how to analyze blood work, so if you have an elevated hematocrit, that's not a problem. What matters more is the proportion of red blood cells to platelets. If you live at a high altitude, like at Stittsville, Colorado, you know, at 5,000 feet, everyone there has elevated hematocrit. So it's only when you have a disproportionate of red blood cells to platelets and maybe you're also symptomatic where you'd want to donate blood. But blood, like donating blood is the worst way to manage high hematocrit. You can do daily cardio. You can try to stay hydrated. A lot of people don't actually have elevated hematocrit. They're just not drinking enough water. And then when they get their blood work, it shows that they have a high hematocrit, but really they're just dehydrated. You can also take ancillary medications for it. Telmisartan helps to keep your hematocrit down. So when you hear people have side effects like this, their doctors are probably just fucking retarded. They don't know how to tell patients to actually dose these drugs properly. They should be injecting every single day. If they are getting some of these side effects, they can just lower their dose. They can also modify their body composition to help control like things like aromatization. They can take supplements like, again, calcium deglucarate and zinc to also help reduce aromatization. And they can take ancillary medications like telmisartan, even if they don't have high blood pressure, to manage the erythrocytosis, you know, that they might get. And, like, again, the doctor probably isn't telling him to make sure to drink a lot of water. Most people are just fucking dehydrated. So, you know, and like, obviously there's genetic factors too. I've personally been responding extremely well to these drugs, better than most people, but again, I'm also not an idiot. I stick to a very good, strict diet. I do daily cardio. I take a zinc supplement, and I am going on ancillary medications to manage some of the little side effects I do have. So I know what I'm doing, and I don't listen to fucking doctors who have no fucking clue what they're talking about. So, like, that's also a factor too. So when you hear these horror stories, it's not just like bad genetics or like the drugs are dangerous. It's probably a combination of not ideal genetics, but also not ideal diet, lifestyle, and also supplementation. Thanks for the donation though, Gay.
Lol, can you guys imagine nigga being fat? Oh wait, we don't have to imagine. That's Clavicular shows Sneeko how to bone
Bone
smash.
smash is amazing. What is that? So it's where you're gonna punch yourself in the face. Like, you know, I know it sounds crazy, but just bear with me here. You're gonna brace your head and you punch yourself in the face.
You're joking, right?
No, I swear to God. Do you want to see pictures of me bone smashing? You're bracing yourself, you don't have to do it. And then you're hitting real hard. And what this is doing is this is creating micro.
That is causing brain damage.
Fractures, and according to Wolf's Law, the bone is going to grow back stronger. Not only that, but you're also getting a lot of inflammation and swelling, so it makes your cheekbones look a lot bigger, so you get like an acute boost before you go to the club. Bone smashing.
The bone smashing thing is just fucking retarded. Like, just outrageously stupid. All it's doing is giving you CTE. That's all it's doing. Like, fucktarded. That is by far the dumbest shit that he promotes. Like, for the most part, I actually agree with most of what Clavicular says when it comes to, like, diet, lifestyle, you know, crap like that, but the bone smashing thing is just out of this world fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, though, Pooh.
I would like to let you know that the reason they are endangered is because of Chinese gillnets. Thanks a lot, China. Just go to the 7.55 mark.
See what they said.
Behind the Tatuaba trade involved a nexus of Mexican drug cartels and Chinese traffickers. He calls them ghosts, unknown to authorities, no name, no face. He says also like a ghost, his covert teams go in and get out.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I think this guy is the most retarded person on YouTube.
Properly understanding the DPRK is essential for properly understanding socialism and anti-imperialism, because the DPRK is a socialist anti-imperialist state that's been hugely...
Socialist democracy. So it's just entirely a coincidence that Kim Jong-il's son became the next leader, and his son killed all of his family members that could potentially overthrow him, so including his brother and his uncle. Okay. Like, dude, I can kind of understand, you know, if you watch too much TikTok and you're a gay retard, falling for some of the commie bullshit, like, oh, capitalism's evil, corporations are basically turning us into slaves, and, you know, that, this and that. I don't know what pipeline you need to be, like, funneled into where you can be convinced North Korea isn't a dictatorship. Like, that even sounds more insane to me, like the level of delusion, than Holocaust denial. Like, at least with Holocaust denial, like it happened so long ago, you know, you're like almost never going to like even encounter people who survived the Holocaust. Like, there are still some Holocaust survivors alive, but like you're rarely ever going to meet any. And like even some of the bullshit you hear online about like how, oh, there's no way they could have killed that many people, and they go through the whole cookie analogy thing. Like, those arguments, even though they're easily debunked, like they're at least more kind of convincing and sound more plausible. Like how in the fuck? It's just bizarre to me that you can think this. Like this is on the level of like flat Earth. What like, and of course he looks exactly like you'd expect, some gay twink fucking beta male. They're all gay twink beta males. Thanks for the donation, Blink.
Do you think Christy is pink on the inside? Anyways, please watch.
I tested all of these popular salt brands for lead, aluminum, arsenic, cadmium, and mercury. One of these salts contained lead that was almost 5 times above the Prop 65 limit from California. Any guesses as to which one it was? Celtic sea salt, 2.3 micrograms of lead per teaspoon. That's 5 grams. Most of us use 5 to 10 or even more grams of salt per day on our food, which means that if you're
That is a massive amount of salt intake.
you're using Celtic sea salt, you could be getting over 5 micrograms of lead. That's 10 times the California Prop 65 limit of 0.5 micrograms of lead per serving in your food just from your salt. There are many other foods we eat that contain heavy metals like seafood, leafy greens, nuts and seeds. Chocolate has heavy metals. Heavy metals can also contaminate your water supply, but it's important. Lead is consistently linked to lower IQs and neurodevelopmental effects in kids. Celtic, Baja Gold, and Redmond Real Salt all had significant levels of lead, aluminum, and arsenic. Heavy metals you do not want in your diet. Here's the good news. Multiple salts in the test did not show any heavy metals. Diamond Kosher, Maldon, and Jacobson Sea Salt had no detectable heavy metals. The choice is clear, guys. I want to bring you guys information.
Well, that's one of the most reasonable videos Paul's ever made.
Super happy. Have you got milk? Yeah, good.
Do you know what else? We've got beef. We've got tomahawk.
Oh, right. We've got tomahawks and raw milk.
No, look.
He barely fits through the
How
door.
many can I get? Because we need to be fair with the others.
The tomahawks probably are a harder sell because they're a little bit more expensive,
This guy looks retarded.
obviously.
I'll take them 3 then. I like fatty steak the most. Ribeye, tomahawk, obviously, short rib.
Fatty meat. That's what's up, dude.
Superfood as well. It's good for us. It's good for our stomach.
Yep, you can get some bovine tuberculosis and die.
It's good for our skin, good for our bones and muscles.
Raw milk superfood.
That's why I drink
You heard it from Erling
Do you want
Haaland.
honey home? 1, 2, 3. So
Who the fuck is Erling Haaland?
4 honey.
Yep.
I'm super happy.
This guy, like, looks and talks like he's fucking inbred.
I expected only milk, and we went out with a lot of steak, milk, and honey. Perfect.
Yeah,
That is winning, guys. One of the best soccer players in the world.
Oh, he's a soccer player. Okay. So a gay retard who fucking fakes injuries. Let's listen to him for diet advice.
Appreciating the nutritional benefits of fatty meat, ribeye, tomahawk, short ribs. Animal fat is healthy for you. So many fat-soluble vitamins.
It's not.
This is what Erling Haaland's Viking ancestors ate.
Who the fuck cares what Erling Haaland's Viking ancestors ate? Buddy, they'd, like, burn women at the stake for fucking witchcraft. Like, as if they knew what the fuck they were talking about.
Nutrients you need to make energy, to be strong, to recover, to be resilient. He's got raw milk, superfood for the...
Let me see this guy's social media. Erling... Is that it? Erling Haaland? He's got to have an Instagram, right? This dude's a fucking twink. Like, I think he's tall, but, like, the dude's a fucking twink. He's a fucking soccer player. And he looks like a fucking retard. And he talks like a retard. Let's listen to the skinny, gay, retarded, like, soccer player? Like, okay. Oh my god. Yeah, peak masculinity right here. Looking like you don't even fucking lift. Okay, great. Fucking dork.
Do you know what's actually in the cream center filling of an Oreo? So there's no cream.
It's palm oil and sugar.
In an Oreo cream filling, but it is full of 2 of the most addictive substances that are making us fat, sick, and unhealthy. High fructose corn syrup and seed oils, specifically canola oil. In 2000...
No, it's palm oil. I think they use, it's a supply chain thing. So I think they use a mix of canola oil and palm oil. And some of their batches may have more canola oil, but they primarily use palm oil. You can, it's kind of strange. Yeah, you can look at the ingredients list. It's kind of funny that he didn't mention palm oil. Because I think the weird carnivore keto people, they think palm oil is okay. So ingredients: sugar, enriched flour, let's see, partially hydrogenated soybean oil. This might be, is this a knockoff, or this may be a regional specific thing? Weird, because here in Canada, I always see palm oil. Crap. Where's the thing? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, sugar, white rice flour, tapioca starch, palm oil, canola oil, whole oat flour, cornstarch. It's mostly palm oil. And, like, I can guarantee you the canola oil and the Oreos are not what's making them unhealthy. It's the palm oil and the sugar.
2013, researchers at Connecticut College did a study on animals with Oreos and actually found that these little bundles of sugar and seed oils turned on the pleasure centers of the rodent brains more than cocaine and morphine.
Well, first of all, they're fucking rats. I don't know why that matters to you. You would kind of expect rats to like Oreos more than cocaine or heroin, because they're fucking rats. So, I've never seen anybody suck dick for Oreos, but I have seen people suck dick for cocaine and heroin. I think that tells you enough that cocaine and heroin are more addictive than Oreos. But yeah, what's making them unhealthy is the palm oil and sugar, not the fucking seed oils. Like, give me a fucking break.
These things are addictive, and they're addictive by design. How can you do this better? I think there's an easy way to make something like an Oreo if you want a snack that's much more healthy for you. Just take something like a date, open it up, take the seed out, and put a little cheese in there. Animal based.
How about no? That's gross. Why would you put cheese in a fucking date? First of all, that's a weird combination. If you wanted something fatty to put in a date, put like almond butter or peanut butter or something in it. Dates just taste good on their own. Just eat fucking dates. Paul is such a fucking dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Jermaine.
And need I remind you SJWS like Greta Thunberg get money for China, so how are they going to defund the eggs incision of an Anita species because of that country?
That is a good point. I guess Greta is in fact pro-genocide. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Soul Child donated $2, The Religion of Peace.
You don't matter. You don't matter. Your video doesn't matter.
People get really triggered.
Homosexual, get out of my now. My chicken, his name is Motion.
People screaming, where's the law? As if we're doing something wrong. We're just here to document how insane this practice really is. Hey guys, we are...
Well, yeah, the crazy fucking Jews in New York do just fucking nutty wacko shit. The crazy religious Jews are fucking assholes. But okay. Thanks for the donation, Soul Child.
Seriously, I thought SJWS cared about nature, since climate change is all they ever talk about. Therefore, don't they care about endangered species?
Well, apparently not, because they don't get paid by Chinese billionaires. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Natty Cope destroyed her $2. Can't believe I missed the live notification. What the fuck? Can you summarize your blood work results? I missed it. Curious to see how EQ affects it. I only run tests since it's the safest, easiest to manage, also bioidentical. Yeah, so... I'm taking 350 milligrams... Well, today I upped the dose, but I've been taking 350 milligrams testanenthate per week since right at the end of September, so basically beginning of October. and 210 milligrams boldenone per week. And that's with daily injections. So 50 test, 30 boldenone per day. My total testosterone was little over 4,100 nanograms per deciliter. Free testosterone was over 1,500. I think, what's the measurement? Picograms per mil? And my E2 was at 28 picograms per mil. So boldenone acts as a very strong AI. On 210 test, my E2 was at 75. And at 350 test, with the boldenone, my E2 went down to 28. So that's why I'm upping the test dose to get my E2 a little higher. Probably want it in the mid-30s or 40s at least. So I'm going to up the test dose to about 62.5 milligrams per day, which I think is like 430 per week, just to get the E2 a little higher. And the only negative change seems to be LDL. So my LDL went from 61 and now it's 93. The primary reason for that might be just because I stopped taking retatrutide. I was on Reta when I got my previous blood work, and it was only 1 milligram per week, but that might have made a big difference. Boldenone is known to raise LDL, and my LDL is normally at 80 when I'm natural. So it's like a 10 or 13 point increase versus what I normally sit at naturally. Just not that big of a difference. I did up my caloric intake. I stopped taking E2. Like, I do eat a really low-fat diet, like high fiber, so the diet change might not be a big deal. So I am going to go on red yeast rice extract to see if that can bring down my LDL. And if that doesn't really do anything, I'm just going to go on like Crestor or something. And my hematocrit didn't change. My hematocrit, I think, actually went down. Same with my red blood cell count versus the previous blood test. So at least for me, boldenone does not seem to affect my hematocrit, at least at like 210 milligrams per week. I think the erythrocytosis thing with boldenone's kind of overhyped. But at least for me, boldenone doesn't seem to really cause any side effects with my hematocrit. It actually went down slightly. So yeah, the only thing that's really changed that's negative is the LDL, and that's likely mostly due to getting rid of Reta. And the boldenone probably increased my LDL a little bit, but that's easy to manage. But I'm up to 232 pounds. I just keep getting more and more fucking massive, and feeling good. Thanks for the donation, Natty Cope Destroyer.
Don't tell that to Dr. Ravi. He thinks those human beings are more valuable than animals apparently. Hence he also is against aborting carnists. He's a religious Jewish ideologue masquerading as an animal defender.
He is not a religious Jew. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Can I please get your take on Destiny's opinion on Mom Donnie? Also, this second Delta Force operator is pretty insane. Also, do you like Black Ops 7? Jewish
you linked to my own stream.
John Shrek McPhee, you are a master instructor and subject matter expert, also known as the Sheriff of Baghdad or Shrek. You are a retired U.S. Army Special Operations Sergeant Major with over 20 years of distinguished service. You've specialized in various special mission units, accumulated extensive combat experience across multiple theaters. You are one of, if not the only one, to pull off a successful solo raid in Afghanistan. Aside from the Singleton mission into Tora Bora, you've had hundreds of solo missions in Iraq and was a taxi driver in Baghdad. You are the former boss of Tim Kennedy and called one of the greatest war fighters of all time. Amen. Amen.
Guy sounds pretty badass. Destiny is becoming more and more kind of gay and retarded. He's sort of defending the Mamdani thing, and I think it's partly due to a lot of his friends being like crazy lefties sort of influencing him, and I think also some of it is just like not liking the whole MAGA thing. But Mamdani's absolute cancer. Like, you do not want to defend the guy and let that sort of ideology infect the Democratic Party anymore. The dude is just horrible. He's a evil, manipulative, narcissistic fucking liar. And again, his policies it's just left-wing fascism. The guy's a fucking communist. So Destiny's kind of defending the guy too much and giving him way too much of a benefit of the doubt. The dude's an anti-Semitic fucking racist who wants to kill Jews. He's a fucking communist, which is literally just left-wing fascism. He's evil and terrible and incompetent. And he's probably just going to make everyone more broken, poor, and increase crime. Thanks for the donation, though, more trend, more men. Or, sorry, Turbo Boner. More trend, more men, donate $2. Yeah, Todd Lee talks about EQ being a strong AI. Also, this is the way to do steroids. Good job, bro. Blood work before upping the dose. And introduce any ancillaries if any markers skewed negatively like you're doing. You can take roids and be healthy. Also, fucking H. Yeah. NH is just a complete fucktard. Oh yeah, I was gonna talk about this. So there have been 2 deaths recently in bodybuilding. So everyone heard of Haley McNeff dying a couple months ago, and I told everybody, this sounds like some sort of like drug overdose, like she was addicted to fentanyl or something. And everyone was saying, oh, this is what happens when you take steroids, you die young. Guess what? Cause of death, which was revealed by the Massachusetts Executive Office of Public Safety, was acute intoxication of a mix of heroin, fentanyl, 4-ANPP, which apparently is like some dopaminergic drug, cocaine, and norbuprenorphine, which I think is a drug that's used to treat like morphine addiction. So she was literally on like every hard, dangerous drug you can fucking imagine. She just ended up getting into hard drug addiction. And she overdosed and killed herself with like basically heroin and fentanyl. And everyone was so quick to say, oh, steroids, see, steroids kill you. Yeah, turns out it was fentanyl, just like I said, not steroids. There was also a classic physique competitor. A guy, yeah, this guy. Fabio Andrade passed away suddenly, weeks after competing. So you'll see comment after comment, oh, it's so sad, young competitors, something's got to change. And guess what? When you look into it, he died in a car crash. So everyone is saying, oh, look, see, he died because of steroids. He died in a fucking car crash. Like, it's so hilarious. Let me guess, the heart. Like, over and over again. And he died in a fucking car accident. And everyone assumes he died of steroids. It's hilarious. So, like, these drugs are so much safer than people realize. You have to be a real fucking idiot, like genuinely stupid, to die from steroids. Like if you're taking very high doses, you never come off and you never get blood work. So like you just constantly have high blood pressure. And like I don't really know how bad steroids affect your lipids. Like it's like I'm seeing my blood work and it's not like a 93 LDL isn't like, oh fuck, you're gonna die, especially in the absence of other risk factors. So I don't know how much, like especially when you're talking about higher doses, like it really affects your LDL. I think a lot of it comes down to how these people eat. Like they eat a lot of meat, not that much fiber, like a lot of red meat, steak, ground beef, like chicken and white rice. So like not much fiber at all, a lot of saturated fat, a lot of cholesterol, you know. So that probably has more to do with the heart issues, but yeah, when you combine like the kind of shitty lifestyle and never getting blood work, constantly keeping your blood pressure elevated, never coming off, you know, stuff like that. Like if you do everything wrong, yeah, sure, you can end up killing yourself on steroids, but like at this point, you really have to fucking try to do that. You have to go out of your way to like kill yourself with steroids. So it's just funny seeing these deaths that occur, like Haley McNeff and this guy. Everyone's blaming it on steroids. No, it's fentanyl in a fucking car crash. It's hilarious. But thanks for the donation, more trend, more men.
Seriously, how can SJWS possibly defend hunting cute little marine mammals like this?
Let me see. Yeah, it's not good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
If Mamdani wants to kill Jews, then why does he call out acts of anti-Semitism on his Twitter and denounce them? Is that something Osama bin Laden would have done? Please, Richard. Do you fucking hear yourself?
Yeah, buddy, the Nazis did the exact same thing. The anti-Semitism in the Nazi Party only really ramped up once they were actually elected and gained power in office. They knew that their racist rhetoric wouldn't be popular to a fairly liberal German public, so they tempered their racism to gain popularity. And once they became a popular party and were in power, that's when they ramped up their racism. So this guy isn't retarded. He knows that if he says, kill all the Jews, I can't stand them, he's not going to win an election. He's not going to be well liked. So no shit. He plays a game where, oh, I'm not an anti-Semite. I just want the destruction of Israel. I want a Muslim caliphate to take over. I think Hamas isn't that bad. Like, he'll say shit like that to get elected, but what he really wants to say is, I fucking hate Jews and I hope they get exterminated. Thanks for the donation, stupid. Jacked and Gay donators, did you say your free test was 1,000 or total test? My total test is 4,100 and my free test is over 1,500. That's in picograms per mil, I believe. It's a different measuring system. Free test, at least in the American system, it's nanograms per deciliter. Total test and free test is in picograms per mil, I think. Also, have you checked your PSA levels and are you worried about prostate issues? There's literally no reason to check your PSA levels. It does nothing. PSA will not tell you anything. It's not even a predictor of benign prostatic hyperplasia. So I don't bother getting my PSA levels tested. If I end up being symptomatic where I feel like a weird pain or burning around my prostate, or if I notice that I have difficulty urinating, then maybe I'll consider taking like a really low dose of finasteride or adjusting my doses or something. But yeah, PSA. Go to Starting Strength's YouTube channel and search prostate in their YouTube search thing. They have a video with a medical doctor going over prostate and testosterone. It's just a joke. So if your PSA levels are out of range, like they're high, they're outside of the reference range, there is zero predictability with PSA and prostatic hyperplasia and or cancer. There's no point in looking at PSA. It's an absolutely worthless metric. Your best bet is to either get an ultrasound or an MRI. Don't bother looking at your PSA. So get an ultrasound done. That's the cheapest, easiest. You can track that over time. And you can see if your prostate's enlarging, if you're worried about prostatic hyperplasia. But don't bother looking at PSA. Thanks for the donation, Jacked and Gay. Turbo Boner donators, sorry, here's the link.
Zoran is probably significantly to the left of me in a lot, but like I'll support whoever the Democratic candidate is. I think you ran a really good race.
You're not like
I'm not going to become more progressive, but Cuomo, okay? Adams,
okay,
right? Yeah. I mean, the Democrats choose to run him in New York City. Like, what the f are you thinking? Like, I mean, if you lose that race, it's huge. Zoran ran a really good race. He did. I disagree with a lot of his policies. So one of two things, like the city-backed grocery store things, or I'm usually against most forms like rent control. His plan to fund the busing stuff, I don't know how that's going to go. But, like, one of two things will happen. He'll be elected, he'll try his things, and they'll fail. And I'll say, like, oh, well, look, the super progressive stuff doesn't work. We should do more center-left stuff. Or it'll work. And I'll be like, oh, maybe some of the stuff is more viable. Maybe we should push for it in.
We know it doesn't work. We already know it doesn't work. It's fucking stupid. So he's being, like, it's like he said, he's being overly charitable, and he just wants to support the Democratic Party just because he doesn't like Republicans. The idea that Cuomo would have been a worse mayor than fucking Mamdani, like, give me a fucking break. That's just retarded. Thanks for the donation, though, Turbo Boner.
Would you violate Christie's hole? Also, please watch and react.
How do you respond when a girl that
No, she has a dirty, disgusting hole filled with dead, rotting corpses.
you like calls you bestie, or pal, or best friend? One of the guys in my program was dancing with this girl at the club. It seemed like she was attracted to him, but when he got her number and the next day they started texting each other, she goes, "Hey friend." It completely threw him off because last night she was dancing all over him, but now she said, "Friend?" Most guys accept being friends, but that's not you. You ain't.
Well, here's what happens. A dude will be hanging out with a chick who's generally not showing too much interest in them. And then that girl will get really horny randomly. Inexplicably. And they'll do things like, if you go out to a club together, they'll dance and grind on you. Or, like, maybe they'll just randomly in the gym be like, oh, wow, your muscles are getting bigger, and, like, feel your arms or something. Like they'll give you an obvious sign, but it'll throw a dude off and be like, is she into me? And then, like, because they're too pussy to make a move, they just want to see, okay, let's see if she keeps doing this. And then, like, they won't make a move back. And, like, you know, try to, like, ask them out on a date or, like, touch them back or something. Like, you know, show that they have an interest. And they'll play it safe and, oh, let's just see how this goes for the next, like, couple weeks. And then the girl will completely and utterly lose interest in you and say, oh, this guy's a bitch. Like, he's a fucking gay fag or something. So that's why that happens. Like, if a girl does something like that, like, out of hand, it just means she's fucking horny, and she's just seeing how you're gonna react, and if you don't take the opportunity, like, it's done.
For what you want. You want to set that lover's vibe, not the friend. So when she says, hey friend, then you say, oh, you spelled daddy wrong.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That is so fucking cringy. This dude is such a fucking dork, dude.
Every girl who has ever been interested in a man will ask him, what's your body count? And this is secretly a test, because this number will be used against you if you tell. But most guys logically give in and tell her the number. Remember that a gentleman never kisses and tells. But if you deflect the question, then she'll be like, oh, you've been with a lot of girls, you must be a player. She's boxing you in to get you to answer. Instead, you want to misdirect this, which is the ultimate flirting technique. You need to ask yourself, why is she asking me this question? Because she must be interested. And that's basically what you say. Are you asking me because you think you can handle me? Or just say this, I'm really just trying to get my first kiss. If you need help with talking to girls, then DM me the word
Ugh, I can feel my shirt wrinkling.
Here are the best flirting tricks to make anybody attracted to you. This will work on the most beautiful women, and it's probably what's missing. If you struggle with getting a second date, the easiest and fastest way to turn a girl on is to playfully tease them. Most guys are afraid to push the boundaries, so this will automatically make you look more masculine. Here are examples to playfully tease without coming off as an asshole. Let's say you're bringing a girl back to your place. You stop at your door and then you turn to her. Listen, I'm letting you in, but no funny business, because I know how your mind works. Another form of playfully teasing is banter. Playfully act like you misheard what she said. Let's say the girl at the counter asks you, what would you like to order? Then you say this, you want my number? If you think a girl is too nice, you're way too nice. I would corrupt you. If she is getting sassy or acts like a kid, you are so fired. Or this, listen, I think you need a timeout. And one of the very best ways is to accuse her of hitting on you. If she is staring at you.
Jesus Christ, this is just fucking cringe overlord. Thanks for the donation, Gaping Hole.
A little late, musical notes emoji, steam locomotive emoji, smiley face emoji, cool face emoji, dancer emoji. How were the results?
Good. My total testosterone's over 4,000. My hematocrit and red blood cell count is all in the normal range. The only minor problem is my LDL. It's a little elevated compared to normal. Normally my LDL sits at 80. It's 93. That's probably primarily from the boldenone that I added in. So I'm just gonna take a red yeast rice extract to see if I can get the LDL down, and if that doesn't really do much, then I'm just gonna go on a mild statin like Crestor. So that's really it. Other than that, the only other problem that I'm dealing with is minor water retention. So I'm going to go on telmisartan. Just a low dose to start off with because my blood pressure is in the healthy normal range. Just to see if that helps get rid of some water retention. Because my estrogen is normal. It's not elevated, so the water retention I'm having is definitely from the angiotensin pathway. So I'm just going to go on telmisartan to get rid of some of that mild water retention. It's not really visually apparent, but I can tell it's there. With my upper body, you can't really see it usually. Sometimes I notice a little bit in my ankles, around my calves. But the main problem is when I do get a bit more water retention, I end up having nerves in my arms and hands kind of get compressed, and it's making my hands go numb, and I get some nerve pain, especially in my right arm. So I do want to try to deal with that. But thanks for the donation, James. Natty Cope Destroyer donated $2. Yeah, tons of bodybuilder deaths are actually induced by other drugs, diuretics, party drugs. Joe Lindner, Ziz, we're running aromatase inhibitors year-round to look dry. Oh, that would explain the blood clot that Lindner got. Well, Ziz was taking, fucking cocaine and shit. Apparently, he took a diuretic, he was on cocaine, and he was in the sauna or something. And, yeah, and I think he was running an aromatase inhibitor, like, literally the worst combination of drugs imaginable. And then he ended up having, like, his heart fail. By the way, your LDL and test EQ is still better than the average person. Diet matters way more. Well, yeah. I don't think steroids really massively affect your serum cholesterol all that much. Like, the biggest factor is going to be diet. So if you have low saturated fat, like low cholesterol, high fiber, your LDL in all likelihood is still probably going to be pretty good, even if it's not ideal, still pretty good. The thing is, like, when bodybuilders, like, especially when they get bigger and they need more food, they end up eating more shitty food that's going to throw off their LDL, like lots of red meat and like chicken and cholesterol and eggs. So yeah, it's massively overhyped. Thanks for the donation though, Natty Cope Destroyer. Dodo donated $2. You need to get in Destiny's ear more. You have not been talking to him for months now. He never has Discord open. Do better, VG. You can do better, and I know you can wake up. He never has fucking Discord open anymore, so it's hard to talk to him. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Sames Jaffire donated $2.14. Have you seen GVS's IG story shitting on juicers? Apparently, he's releasing a video on it soon. Also, Alex's reply to Milan the 2000 is hilarious. Bro called Anavar poison. What am I looking at? Milan, is it in the comments? Like, I mean, Anavar is an oral steroid. I wouldn't really recommend running it for more than like 8 weeks, like maybe 12 weeks tops if you're on a lower dose. Like, I've seen some compounding pharmacies actually make a sublingual version, so that might be safer to run for longer periods. But Anavar isn't great just because it's an oral steroid. If there was an injectable version, like, calling it poison would be fucking stupid. But it's certainly the best oral steroid. If it was injectable, it would basically be a perfect steroid. So I don't know what he means by Anavar being poison, but yeah, it does cause liver damage. Like, that's undoubtable. It's just not as bad as other orals.
And I want to thank every single one of you who stuck with me to make this possible. I'm proud to announce that the Leonidas training app is finally here. This isn't just another cookie cutter app. This is my...
I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking for here. I'm surprised Jeffrey's able to use Instagram. Doesn't he live in China? And what? There we go.
Hot pot lunch with my wife. Unfortunately, that makes me non-natural because I didn't grow the grass that fed the cows myself. So, you know.
He eats like shit. Jesus Christ.
So unfortunately I didn't mine and smelt the iron.
Doesn't sound like he's shitting on juicers. It just sounds like he's making fun of people who are accusing him of being a fake natty. I'm not getting the sense that he's shitting on steroid users at all. Honestly, like, that would really surprise me, because the vibe I get from Jeffrey is that he just personally doesn't want to use steroids, but doesn't really give a fuck if anybody's on gear themselves. He just doesn't like the fake natties. Thanks for the donation, though, Seems Jaffire.
Are you going to explain your blood test results for 10 minutes every fucking time some jackass who's too lazy to rewind asks you about them? Just tell them to go fuck themselves and rewind the fucking video because you already went over this 3 times.
Well, I'm in a good mood, so I'm probably not going to do that. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Could you adjust the roids to cut the water? Compared to your earlier pics, I can see the water retention since you started roids.
My face is a little rounder. You can definitely see it in my face. You can't really see it much in my upper body, especially my arms. It's not that visually apparent, though. Like, yeah, obviously I could reduce the doses, but the problem is I want certain effects from the drugs. So I wanted to use 200 milligrams of boldenone, because that's the dose that will maximize collagen synthesis and help to, like, protect my joints, tendons, connective tissue. With that dose of boldenone, you're going to need a certain dose of test, to keep your estrogen in range. So, like, that's the reason I'm doing it. So I'd rather not reduce the dose of boldenone and test, just because I want a certain effect from these drugs. So if I can do an easy fix by just trying, like, telmisartan, I'm not going to bother with the adjustment. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Seriously, how can SJWs care more about some worthless Palestinians than those cute little porpoises?
Yeah, I don't know. They're just gay retards. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Frank Tefano Kitchen. What in the mother of a fuck? Yeah, China's a lot like India.
Funds after a shocking video of diners urinating in their broth went viral. Here's what happened. Haidilao, a popular Chinese hot pot chain, is compensating over 4,000 customers who dined at its Shanghai location after 2 individuals were caught on video urinating into their hot pot while dining in a private room.
This is Shanghai. These must have been drunk retards.
The video, which quickly spread online, sparked outrage across social media. In a statement released on March 12th, Haidilao revealed that it only became aware of the incident 4 days after it occurred on February 14th. We fully understand.
Yeah, that's Shanghai. They must have been, like, drunk, retarded kids doing that. Can we nuke China yet? Yes, you have my permission to nuke China.
So the CCP put out an arrest warrant for 2 Taiwanese influencers, and one of them actually went to a police station in Tainan, which is in Taiwan.
警察叔叔，你们确定不逮捕我吗？好，谢谢。已经完成报案了。大陆网友可能应该要非常的崩溃了，毕竟你们都认为台湾属于中国的一部分嘛。我现在都来报案了，我今天也来自首了。警察不抓我，我也没有办法。好，那我走了，拜拜。
Fucking dunked on, dude.
But unfortunately, because Taiwan is not part of China, as it is not a province of China, the police in Tainan cannot simply accept his arrest. So that actually was hilarious, because it just shows you that the CCP's own logic, where the Chinese internet users also believe in that Taiwan is part of China, doesn't really...
Yeah, get dunked on, dude.
China fakes everything 65. Live streaming on a boat in the middle of the ocean. Wow, in that kind of weather and the boat doesn't rock at all? Yeah, definitely not fake. Bruh. China fakes medical supplies. We got a syringe that squirts 2 ways. We got rubber tubes that leaks. So many maggots. These are in sausage snacks. And more maggots in takeout eggs. How did they get inside?
Ew.
Yay!
That looks like gross.
A free boba milk tea for the winter. That's a pipe burst. Now, you might be thinking this is just a normal accident, but this is in China, so it's due to tofu drag construction. The infrastructure do not last. Here's a great example. This underground part of the building, the parking lot, the weight-bearing columns are all cracking. The walls and the floors are cracking. That honestly looks like a pretty new building to me. This one in the northeast part is an older building. Now, these aren't from 100 years ago. These are from like 30 to 40 years ago. China fakes everything.
Yeah, Chinese construction is not good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Sames Jaff fired any tellers. It was the first comment he replied to in the Alex post. Also, the stories were from 2 days ago. He went on a rant saying enhanced people are trying to blur the line with what's considered natty. He got mad at someone for considering BPC Retta as natty. Really? Like, I mean, BPC especially, fucking weird. Oh, Anavar is kicking in. Don't need that poison, I see. Like, Anavar is not... just because it's an oral, I wouldn't say it's a good steroid. I would only recommend taking it if, like, under specific circumstances. So, obviously, if you're competing, maybe to help with fat loss and muscle retention when you're doing a very aggressive dieting phase for the last, like, 4 or 8 weeks. Or if you're recovering from like surgery or a burn or something, especially for burns, it's clearly very beneficial. But it's just not something that you want to, you know, rely on for muscle growth. Like, because it's kind of stupid and pointless. You have injectable drugs that are just safer. Little weird to call it poison, though. Just a little. Thanks for that donation, Sames.
Years. And it's not just testosterone that's been going down, it's fertility too, your ability to have children. About 7.5 hours like a few decades ago, and now it's about 6.5. So that's fairly sizable in that way. Now let's talk about how to increase your testosterone level naturally. The first way that you can increase your testosterone naturally is by optimizing your lifestyle, like the way that you exercise, the way that you sleep, and the way that you eat. I remember hearing about a study from Andrew Huberman who mentioned that
Huberman's a fucking retard.
These researchers had tested testosterone based on what workouts the participants were doing, basically which workout routine boosts testosterone the most. And it was so interesting because it was basically German volume training. It was doing 6 to 10 sets of an exercise for 10 reps with only about 1.5 to 2 minute break in between. And then
German volume training was made for steroid users. It's stupid.
Leaving the gym after that. So imagine you go for like your push day and you literally do like 6 to 10 sets of like bench press for 10 reps, and then you don't train anything else that day. You don't do any of the accessories. That's just it. It will probably take you about half an hour and you should get like a fairly significant T boost. That sounds nice. And when I heard about this study, I went to the gym and I did like 10 sets of leg press for 10 reps, and that was like the leg day done. The problem is this type of program is not going to be like that good for actual bodybuilding, for building an aesthetic physique, because yeah, you might do 6 to 10 sets for like leg press or whatever, but then you're missing some of those smaller but still important muscles like calves. And also there's other studies that have shown that lifting weights only increases.
I don't know why you can't train calves after doing squats or leg press. German volume training was developed for enhanced athletes. So it was steroid users who were doing it. It's kind of like Bulgarian training for Olympic lifting. The whole Bulgarian weightlifting system was designed around steroid use. And on top of that, like, not only steroid use, these people didn't have jobs. They had pretty girls giving them massages most of the day. They tried to make sure that they had as minimal life stress as possible. So, like, I don't know why people bring up this nonsense about, like, Bulgarian weightlifting routines or German volume training being ideal when it was literally developed for enhanced athletes that also had, like, specific lifestyles that made that training possible.
Your testosterone by a small amount acutely, which means that you might get a spike for like half an hour, 45 minutes.
Do you think the importance of reading is overhyped? I feel like I learn more efficiently and more comprehensively through documentaries and videos than I do from sitting down and reading a book. But so many successful people encourage reading books.
Reading literacy is extremely important. I think it develops specific critical thinking skills that are sort of unique compared to like just watching a documentary. And I mean, in real life, especially if you're getting into academics or more specialized careers, you're going to have to know how to read, and your reading comprehension has to be good. So it is important. And I mean, just in a more general sense, like, what benefit does it have for anybody to have worse reading comprehension? So if you're seeing like reading comprehension go down, why would you not have an interest in at least having it stay the same, if not improve? Like, we generally want to improve our cognitive capabilities. Sort of like, you know, like when we're seeing obesity rates climb, muscle mass go down, like, why would you have an interest in people getting fatter, sicker, like slower, weaker? Like, we want to generally improve. So no, reading's important, and I don't know what the interest would be in letting reading comprehension go down. Thanks for the donation though, Blink.
Hey VG, you won't be live what is now considered a hate crime in the UK.
If you do, that would be really handy for us, but apparently during some conversations between...
Okay, I'll tell you what's happening here. That man who's partially deaf is getting arrested for hate speech. Let's watch it.
Between yourself, apparently you have alleged, and we weren't here, so I don't know who said it, but you've alleged to say, speak English, or words to that effect? Speak clearly. Speak clearly.
No,
okay.
The gentleman's partially deaf.
Yeah, he can speak clearly. Yeah.
So I couldn't even hear him.
No, and that's fine, and that's why we've just come to speak, because potentially someone could perceive that as a hate crime.
This is English.
Yeah, the UK is a shithole, dude. I don't know how people live there. Like, I'm pretty sure if I lived there for even a few months, I'd end up getting arrested. It's fucking horrendous. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Minutes, and then it kind of goes down after that. So lifting weights doesn't actually have like that much real evidence to show that it increases testosterone. I think in a weird way it can do over time, because, you know, it makes you more of like a confident person. Let's say you build a physique, now you're more attracted to girls, you're speaking to them, and your weightlifting are over 1.5, 2 hours long, and they're actually intense. Like, you're not just, you know, taking 10, 15 minutes like to talk to people or something. 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours a day, more like a pro athlete. Your cortisol level spikes up. So cortisol is like the stress hormone, and when stress goes up, testosterone goes down. So a lot of us know not to overtrain, but I do think that our perception of overtraining is probably lower than it actually is. Like, you can lift weights like 3, 4, 5 times a week, and also do another session, like for example martial arts on top of that, and I think you probably won't lose like testosterone doing that. You won't be so stressed doing that, especially if you sleep well. Speaking of sleep, there was a very interesting story.
Testosterone will go down after exercise. So it goes down gradually throughout the day, but acutely after exercise it goes down.
Thanks for your perspective. Do you think listening to audiobooks is just as good for you as reading an actual book?
Well, in terms of knowledge gained, probably. The issue is you can read much faster than you can listen to something. So when you're talking about productivity, generally, like, just reading is far more productive than listening to an audiobook or a documentary. But, like, it's all contextual, right? So, like, if you have to, say, drive an hour or two a day, and you can't read while you're driving, but if you listen to an audiobook or, like, some kind of documentary, like, assuming you're not watching a video, you're just listening to the audio because you're driving, then you can increase your productivity that way. But generally, reading is more productive just because you can read faster. You also have the benefit with a book where you can easily and quickly reference something back. So if you forget something, you can just go to the page or the chapter, and then... Whereas with, like, an audiobook or a documentary, like, manually seeking, part of a video and an audio clip is much less efficient. Thanks for the donation, though, Blink.
Hey VG, been vegan for 9 years now in large part thanks to you. Currently arguing with a retarded vegan friend who's trying to justify feeding her cats animal products. Any vegan cat food brand recommendations? I'm not a cat person. Appreciate you.
Well, she's not vegan, so she can cope all she wants, but she's not vegan. The best cat food I've tried so far is probably Benevo. Evolution cat food is also pretty good, but all the cats I've had seem to prefer Benevo. And Benevo also seems to be better for their urine pH levels from what I've seen. But yeah, Evolution and Benevo seem to be pretty good. Thanks for the donation though, Moose. Hope that helps. Oh. I think I'm gonna have to poop and pee. Pee-pee time isn't always poo-poo time, but poo-poo time is always pee-pee time. I'm gonna go pee-pee and poo-poo, but I will be right back. Just give me a minute. Alright, that was a nice big fat shit.
Study. So they got two groups of participants, and both of them are on a fat loss diet, like they're on a calorie deficit. They both do the same kind of workout, they both eat the same kinds of food, but one of them is restricted to just 5.5 hours of sleep per night. The other one can sleep for as long as they want, and they averaged about 7.5 to 8 hours. Both groups ended up losing the same amount of weight because they were in an equal calorie deficit. But it's not weight that you're trying to lose, is it? It's actually fat. But there's other things you can lose when you're on a calorie deficit, like muscle, which you don't want to lose. The participants who were forced to sleep only 5.5 hours a night, they lost significantly more muscle than the participants who got to sleep as long people. You need to get ready for bed like an hour before, like turn the lights.
Sure, sleep, whatever. Avoiding estrogenics. Anadrol Skittles donate $2. Peds are great, but shouldn't be used by teenagers. This forum is literally filled with teens asking for cycle advice. LMFAO the shit, making us gearheads look bad. Here's the thing. You're either going to have teenagers taking steroids, or you're going to have teenagers taking steroids and getting good advice. So everyone is their own individual person. They have free will and they can do whatever they want. You know, your parents, the law, police can step in, but they can only do so much, right? You can't monitor an individual 24/7 and just make them do whatever they want. So, honestly, this looks fake to me. This person, rate my cycle, I'm 16 years old, 20 IUs HGH. There is no 16-year-old that can afford 20 IUs HGH. Even like cheap Chinese growth hormone, if you're paying like what, $150 for 100 units, like okay, like even then, what teenager is going to be able to afford that plus all this other shit? Like, it's fake. This is not real. This is shit posting. Like, another thing you'll see too is like, oh my fucking god, the amount of shit posters on these forums is fucking crazy. I remember when I was like looking up sources for gear, and I was trying to see if I could find any forums that had any experience with these sources. Bro, everyone lies. So you'll find a good, reputable fucking source, and then you'll find some fucking shit poster talking about how, oh, I ordered from them, and they didn't even give me anything, and, like, I ordered from them again just to give them a chance, and then what they gave me was fake, and they never even ordered from them. So this is fake. So no 16-year-old can afford 20 IUs HGH. Plus T3 and T4. And then 50 milligrams of test-cypionate. Is that per day? I don't know. Usually when people are talking about doses, they're talking about daily. Or sorry, weekly. This makes no sense. I don't know if this is daily or weekly, but 50 milligrams test-cypionate daily for a 16-year-old. That's way too high. Plus, they're talking about HCG, which isn't the most expensive drug, but it's also not inexpensive. This is just fake. They're not doing this. Plus letrozole, plus 20 milligrams tadalafil. So even if you're on, like, tadalafil, even on the black market, again, not an inexpensive drug. And then he's talking about a bunch of cholesterol medications too. This is fake. Like, this isn't real. I don't know how anybody can read this and think, like, a teenager's actually doing this. Like, it's not real. If you know anything about these drug prices, Like he's basically talking about taking about $600 to $700 worth of drugs per month. It's just not happening. Even if he comes from a rich family. What? Like, I've known some millionaires, they do not give their kids this kind of money to do whatever they want with. They just don't. So, this is fake. My whole stance on the teenage kids taking steroids thing, this is the sad reality. The younger you can take steroids, the better if you're interested in becoming like a professional athlete. Especially when you're talking about like strength sports where there's no drug testing. But the younger you can start taking these drugs, the better, really. You can see like a lot of Mr. Olympia competitors and shit. A lot of them started doing steroids when they were teenagers. Arnold Schwarzenegger started doing steroids when he was either 15 or 16. Look how he turned out. I think Marcus Rule, similar thing. I think he either started in his teens or like really early 20s, if that, but I'm pretty sure he started when he was like 18 or something. A lot of these, Larry Wheels, I think when he was 15 or 16 or some shit, he hopped on steroids. The biggest, strongest dudes usually hop on when they're teenagers. Like, it's just the reality. You can look at the doping policies in the Soviet Union when they were trying to win the Olympics, and it was all like just a free-for-all. There was no drug testing. They put all their athletes on drugs when they're in their teens. It does make you more successful at sports. So if there's teenage kids who have aspirations of becoming, you know, the next Mr. Olympia or the next biggest strongman or the biggest social media influencer, it makes sense for them to start when they're teenagers. Like, it just does. That's the reality. And again, I know they're teenage kids, and I know that they're not, like, you know, adult enough to make these decisions yet, but they are making these decisions. Like, they are human beings, they have free will, and they are just going to do what they want. And the world isn't their parents, so if their parents aren't going to have the capability of stepping in and preventing them from doing this, like, they are just going to do it. So I'd rather teenage kids get some sensible information from people who know what they're talking about versus just doing whatever and like fucking their health up. My recommendation would be don't go on any drugs that are going to aromatize, because if you haven't reached your full adult height yet, that could stunt your growth. So, you're like, since testosterone is so important, you may as well just wait until you've reached your full adult height. Like, I would just wait at least until you've reached your full adult height before considering taking any steroids. But if they're going to do it anyway, then I would recommend just taking non-aromatizing compounds. So, what's it called? Anavar, not that they're going to be able to source it or afford it. That seems very safe, even for teenage kids. Anavar was actually used at one point for children with growth disorders. A lot of people don't know this, but it was FDA approved for that. Anavar, growth in children or something, and you can find oxandrolone in constitutionally delayed growth, longitudinal study up to final height. Basically what they found is even pre-puberty, it didn't seem to cause any problems. So it helped them grow to normal height. It did increase growth velocities. Anecdotally, we know there's a bunch of kids who were on Anavar. That kid, Richard Sandrak, his dad was a crazy abusive whack job. He put him on Anavar. He seems to have grown and matured just fine. Primo, again, not that they can afford it or source it. Masteron, probably wouldn't recommend that one, though, because it's pretty harsh, and you're probably going to lose all your hair. So, like, there's a few drugs, like, I guess Turinabol, even though it's extremely liver toxic, like, it's stupid. Like, you just shouldn't do steroids when you're a teenager, because, like, the kind of drugs that you're going to run are just dumb. Because, again, the aromatization issue with testosterone, it might affect height. So it's just stupid, but, you know, kids are gonna do whatever the fuck they want. Like it or not, kids make their own decisions, even though their decision-making capability isn't great. So I'd rather kids get some sort of sensible advice on how to structure a proper steroid cycle than doing a bunch of dumb random shit and having way more problems than they otherwise would. Also, lol, let me see.
You look natural though, honestly. Like, you look natty. wait. I'm
Whoa, that triggered him.
serious. Do you
He does actually look natural.
not look natural?
Like natural in what regard?
Your chest, like your
My
chest
physique?
muscles, yeah.
Well, I don't. That's kind of I mean, that's not good. I guess I got some work to do. I got to start going to the gym more. You know.
Yeah, he does. He does not train anywhere near hard enough.
Well, the thing is,
No, dude, I'm not joking. Your physique looks actually good.
If I was a natural and I wasn't, that's like saying that you're small. You're like calling someone's like out of shape and small.
No, I'm not. I meant it just because the chat was asking.
Oh, they're saying I look natural. Okay, I
You know what's funny? I don't know how much of a fucktard, like, I'd guess, like, Clavicular usually has pretty decent takes on shit. But if I were to guess, if you were to ask him, can you build muscle as, like, a vegan? Like, I would guess he'd probably say, it's going to be a lot harder and shit. Like, this is literally the same angle. Like, there's a pretty big difference between me and Clav. He's been taking steroids way longer than I have. And you can see a big fucking difference in our physiques. Like, I think I was mogging him when I was natural, honestly. Like, the traps, even just relaxed, you can see the difference in the traps, the chest. So, like, I was mogging the dude when I was natty. And, like, on gear after only 3 months. Huge fucking difference. Like, there's just no fucking comparison. He just doesn't train hard enough. Or probably frequently enough or long enough. If I had to guess. But yeah, there you go. Looks Maxer Chad versus Vegan who just wants to get big and strong. And getting mogged. He probably just doesn't train hard enough. He got fucking triggered by that. That's funny.
Okay, I see what you're saying. You
They
just
said
might
no.
not-
They just said ask if he's natty. Had a diss if I asked that? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry,
it's all
bro.
good.
I'm sorry about
No,
that.
it's all
That's funny. That's actually pretty hilarious. Thanks for the donation, Andraw Skittles.
Hey Richard, I'm late to the party. How's your blood work? You look rested and ready to go.
Blood work's pretty good. LDL is only a little higher than it normally is, so I'm just going to do some stuff to get my cholesterol down, but other than that, blood work's looking good. My hematocrit, red blood cell count, that's all in range. So that's nothing to worry about. In terms of blood work, the only issue I'm dealing with is just mild water retention, so I'm going to try telmisartan, see if that helps resolve it. Thanks for the donation, though, the now. Appreciate it. And yeah, I had some good rest last night. Anadrol Skittles donated $2. Funny enough, that Looksmax forum is full of teens running gear to masculinize their faces and bones, not all fake. Androgenic clavicular popularized this trend. Also, did you see Revival react to androgenic? Watch from 727.
200 million.
Yeah, I've seen that. We already reacted to this video, actually. He is completely full of shit, knows nothing about him, and he made everything up.
To viral post. Your frame can't grow past 18. This is him before, and you can see in the face when we see the next one.
I think Revival Fitness deleted my comment.
To how much that has changed. But here is his rough bideltoid distance. And then in the same shirt, now he looks like this. So if you cannot tell simply from this that he got a lot of work done, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you can see his eyes look different.
He never got any surgery.
He dyed his eyebrows, different hair color too, perhaps.
Yeah, and he came from like a low middle class family, apparently.
Assuming it is the same shirt, which I'll take his word for it. This is what makes me say that I think he got the clavicle widening surgery.
That's so fucking stupid. Like... You can see, like, let me see. So, yeah. This is Kevin Levrone before and after steroids. Like, if you build a fuck ton of muscle, your shoulders are going to look wider. Where in the fuck is he getting the idea that you need clavicle widening surgery for your shoulders to get wider? Like, it's just so fucking retarded. So, like, no shit. If you grow a fuck ton of muscle, your shoulders look bigger and wider. Like, here's Kevin, like, on and off cycle. So, like, this is him, like, he might be on TRT or something. This is him, like, just blasting. Like, yeah, his shoulders look wider. Oh, he must have gotten clavicular widening surgery. Like, what are you, stupid? So fucking dumb, dude. So, he just made up a bunch of shit. And I mean, this guy's on social media. They're all reachable. Like, they have, you know, their Instagram profile where you can message them. They usually have an email address or some shit. Like, if you were genuinely interested and wanted to make an accurate, informative video about somebody, I don't know why these people don't ever consider just reaching out and asking them about any of the stuff, so that when you make the video, you're not making up lies and bullshit, but nobody cares. Literally nobody cares. Let me just say whatever the fuck I want about somebody, whether it's true or not, because I just want views on my fucking YouTube channel. Like, this guy's a complete fucking clown. Thanks for the donation, though, Anadrol Skittles.
Avoid those things. How can we reduce estrogenics? Remember I told you estrogenics are kind of like chemicals in our environment, and they act like estrogen, like the female sex hormone inside of our body. How can we avoid estrogenics, like these harmful chemicals, so that our testosterone level doesn't go down because of them? So the first step is avoiding any new estrogenics and these kinds of chemicals going into your body. One of the biggest causes is microplastics, and you will ingest plastics based on, like, if the food you're eating is kind of dirty, if it
There's really no research on whether or not microplastics have any big effect on serum androgens.
It's packaged in plastic, especially plastic water bottles. You know, when you get like a plastic water bottle from the store, it seems like the plastic's very sturdy, whatever, but little bits of that plastic will heat, like in the sun, are way more contaminated than one using testosterone.
Whatever, just blah, blah, blah. Supplements.
There's also a few supplements you can take that actually can increase your testosterone naturally. The first one is vitamin D. So we get vitamin D from the sun. The problem is
Vitamin D doesn't really seem to increase testosterone all that substantially. Zinc is the biggest one.
Basically, everyone is like deficient in vitamin D. If you live in like a non-extremely sunny country, so if you live in UK, if you live in like Netherlands or whatever, we do not get enough sun. It's just a fact. Supplementing with vitamin D is fairly essential if you live in a pretty sort of rainy, dark country. If you live in a very sunny country and you're out for a few hours, then you're probably okay. But what I will say is you can actually still get a bit of a boost if you supplement anyway. So vitamin D, and the amount that I took to boost my levels naturally was 10,000 IU. So that's actually like fairly high on the range. And a lot of supplements you'll see will be like 1K or 4K. And I was taking 10K per day, which I felt safe and everything. And this is when I increased my testosterone levels naturally from 440 to about 737. And you know what's interesting? I took this 10.
That in all likelihood did not increase his testosterone from 440 to 770. Like, you have to remember too, whenever you take a blood test, your levels are going to fluctuate like pretty substantially. So if you have a week of like bad sleep and you're kind of stressed out from a job, especially if you do something like shift work, like, you're going to notice huge fluctuations in your test levels. The only time you're ever going to see stable levels from month to month is if you're just taking steroids, because then you're just bypassing your own body's hormone system.
10K vitamin D per day. I was also basically sitting in the sun naked for multiple hours a day at this time as well. So this was like vitamin D like overdose, and I felt great. Like I was.
Sure. Yeah, and he mentions zinc. Zinc's important. TRT.
Those are the ways to increase testosterone naturally. Now let's talk about the ways to increase testosterone unnaturally. And this is called TRT, testosterone replacement therapy. Testosterone replacement therapy is where you will be given testosterone, like literally can come in the form of like a vial, and you can literally inject it inside of yourself to boost your levels unnaturally. If, for example, either one, your levels naturally are just not really increasing and you're at low levels because you've got some medical problem or your levels are just very low naturally. Or two, if, for example, you want to go above the sort of natural limits that your normal body can produce. A lot of people have got like medical conditions. A lot of people's their testosterone levels just been so low and they just try to increase it, but it's not really happening. But also a lot of people just take testosterone and even like full-blown steroids, you know, for like muscle gain and strength and athleticism.
Gum. Oh, do you see a bug? Uh-oh. I think Gum sees a bug. Gum, is that a bug? Are you gonna get the bug?
And whatever. The TRT protocol that you'd probably go on if you went to like a doctor and they prescribed it to you because your testosterone levels are low would probably be about 100 to 150 milligrams of testosterone per week. Basically, you'd inject a certain amount of testosterone into you to get you to a healthy level. That protocol is probably like 10 times less than what's usually called like steroids. You know, when a bodybuilder takes steroids and they become fucking massive, they take testosterone as well, but they usually take like 600 milligrams of testosterone, and then they take like 5 other things, tren, D-bol, and they take like so many other things. So a full steroid blast is when you hear of like, okay, a bodybuilder takes steroids, that's what they do. They take so many things, and that's when it gets very dangerous. This is when you hear of bodybuilders who get like 50 years old and then they die from like a heart attack or something. So that's quite dangerous, and you only really take that if you're like a pro bodybuilder, if you know the sport of bodybuilding is like your life and you absolutely, you know, have acknowledged the risks. But testosterone replacement therapy is actually fairly safe, especially if you do it under like supervision of a doctor. Now, the usual advice with TRT has always been, don't consider it when you're young. Just when you get to about 30, maybe 35, 40 years old, then you can consider it, because that's when men's testosterone level starts to go down. That's like the general consensus of everyone when it comes to TRT. There's one problem with that though. That is based on the assumption that your testosterone levels are absolutely fine when you are young and that they only start to go down because of age when you're older, like when you're 40 years old. That might have been the case about 10, 15, 20 years ago for a lot of the sort of doctors and older people who talk about TRT online. But actually that's not really the case anymore, because natural testosterone levels are being destroyed even for guys in their 20s, and honestly sometimes even for guys in their teens.
Well, I don't know why you would be okay with your testosterone levels just going down over time. Like, why let that happen? So, yeah, there's natural aging processes where you're going to slow down and, you know, you're going to have less test and all this. Why not counteract that with medications we have so that your life can be better and you can be healthier and fitter? Like, it's stupid.
And so online you can hear the stories of guys who got onto TRT, you know, from like posts on social media or whatever, and there are so many men saying that it was absolutely and utterly life-changing for them. That before this they felt like they were zombies and everything was difficult for them, but when they started to inject testosterone, their life instantly improved. Like, you know, they became the men they were supposed to be. They had the energy. They felt like they were doing things reasonably correct before this. You know, they weren't staying up crazy late, they weren't binge drinking alcohol, but still they had like this uphill battle. And when they got onto TRT, their life completely 180'd. Their libido, their sex drive came back, their depression went away, and it can really be like a very life-changing thing for a lot of men. It can really be like life-saving for a lot of guys. When I was researching testosterone and how to improve my levels naturally since I was like 19, 20 years old, I heard about like TRT and injecting testosterone maybe when I was about 21 years old, and the thought of it was like, oh no, I couldn't imagine that. That sounds, you know, crazy, whatever. So I always just focused on improving my levels naturally. But when I got to about 25 years old, I had multiple blood tests which were fairly low, like 440 nanograms per deciliter. And a lot of people told me, even people in this kind of space told me like, no, that's fine, it's in the normal range. But to me, I was looking at it, I was like, yeah, but like who the fuck wants to be inside of the normal range? The normal.
Yeah, so he's right about this. The normal range thing is fucking stupid.
normal range takes into account 70-year-old men who have been alcoholics for all of their lives. The normal range is going to be like too low if you're an ambitious, hardworking, like, you know, a guy who's disciplined. And so then I went on to like the biggest season of increasing my testosterone levels naturally through like the things we just spoke about. Okay, I started to get sunlight for hours every day. I started to supplement all these things and train in a certain way and just optimize as much as I could. My day-to-day life became about increasing my testosterone, and I got it from 440 to 737 nanograms per deciliter naturally, which was a great accomplishment. That's like a 70-80% increase naturally, which was fucking awesome. That felt awesome. Like I felt way better. I got like massive sex drive back. I felt like really alive again. I started waking up with morning wood again. It was fucking awesome. And then from around that point, I was 25 years old. This is when I started to research TRT, injecting testosterone and basically becoming unnatural. I started to speak to like bodybuilders in the gym, guys who had done full steroid blast, and guys who were actually just injecting testosterone. And I knew that at some point I'm probably going to end up hopping on this, because in my own values, I was like, you know what? At some point, it actually completely makes sense to consider this. You don't
He's full of shit. He wanted to do the fake natty thing.
don't have to like, you know, take my values or anything. This is just me, my personal opinions. So when I was like 25 years old, I remember I really started to think, okay, I'm not like planning to do it anytime soon, but I'm definitely kind of open to it now. It's a big commitment, there's risk. So I took a lot of time to research it, speak to a lot of people.
Yeah, so the cope wasn't working. So like, you notice how his whole story changed? So first he was natural and telling everybody to like how to boost your test naturally with a carnivore diet and all this horse shit. Then he got exposed for being a fake natty. Then he had this cope. Oh, I was going to talk about it eventually, but, you know, I wanted to see how it goes first, you know, because I didn't want to just promote it and, like, tell people, oh, I feel great, and then, like, you know, a few months later, I don't feel great. Just pure cope. Now it's, oh, yeah, like, I knew for performance enhancement, I was going to do this eventually, and, like, you know, this was just my plan all along. Like, fuck right off, dude.
People, keep improving my levels naturally. I had been bodybuilding now for about like 8, 9 something years, maybe even close to about 10 years. I was 26 years old, getting to 27 years old. And that's when I decided earlier last year to hop on. So from the start of last year, I've been injecting 150 milligrams of testosterone a week. I'll talk to you now about the pros and cons and my full experience, but I want to make this very clear. I did years of research before this. I did natural bodybuilding from...
Nope, he did not. This guy doesn't research shit. He's a fucking idiot. He has no idea what he's talking about. Like, look, the fact that he's been on 150 for the last, like, year and a half is just silly. This guy is a basic bitch retard. So, why in the fuck would you go to a TRT clinic? There's just no point. Like, I know this guy makes money, but, they make their money through service, and they will charge you a ridiculous amount of money for the service. The one clinic near me in Toronto, they charge $5,000 for the year just to have the luxury of being able to get prescribed testosterone. And obviously they throw in a bunch of things like, oh, we'll do your blood work and we'll read it for you and track things, and you can call us when you have any problems and do monthly consults and all this horse shit. All you want is the drug. You don't need any of that fucking horse shit. So they charge you these ridiculous fees for the service just to have the luxury of being prescribed the drug. If you're smart, you're just going to source the drug yourself. So why spend $5,000 plus, you know, depending on the dose you're taking, like maybe an extra $100, you know, for the actual drug you're taking, when you could just spend $100 for the drug you're taking, if not cheaper, because you're getting it black market. It's just silly and stupid. Even if you're like rich and you don't care and money's no object for you, that just sounds silly. And on top of that, you're also dealing with doctors, right? So they're going to be managing your dose, and if they don't like something on your blood work, like, okay, you're on 150 test, but your testosterone is over 1500 or something. Oh, your testosterone's too high. We need to lower your dose. They do stupid shit like that all the time. So you're paying money to get cock blocked by a bunch of fucking retards who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Makes no sense. And this guy explicitly stated he wanted to go on testosterone for performance enhancement. Why are you staying on 150 for performance enhancement? Like, if your blood work looks good, you don't have high blood pressure, everything's going fine, why not push the dose up once you've kind of, you know, gotten those gains from the 150? Like, this guy is just a silly idiot who does no research, doesn't fucking care, and he's just lazy and dumb.
for about 10 years before this. I did this safely and I understood the risks. This is what I did to my own body. You do not have to copy me. You can just listen just for, an interesting story of what I've done, basically. So let's talk about the benefits that I've personally felt. So this isn't real, research or anything. This is just my own experience. I'm just telling you the story. And again, please don't just fucking copy me. Be very careful. Do your own research. Make sure you're like old enough, whatever. Understand the risks. We'll talk about the cons in a second. So the first one, let's talk about muscle because that's quite interesting to a lot of people. A lot of us here are kind of like bodybuilders. When I started to take test last year, within about a month of taking it, it had been like I had gained like 6 months of muscle. Like you almost instantly gain a couple pounds of muscle, which, feels really nice. You instantly get like 5-10% stronger. So it's like, oh shit, like, that acceleration feels fucking awesome. And that's like really nice, of course. If you're really like dedicated in the gym, I've been lifting naturally for more than like 10 years at this point. So I already had hit like, not my genetic ceiling, but definitely like a very slow rate of progress in my sport, which, I really care about, right? I don't really plan to like compete in bodybuilding, whatever. But for me, weightlifting and building a physique, it's a fucking huge passion of mine. And so to feel this rate of growth, like within 1 month, you instantly see like your physique's noticeably bigger. That was hype. Like that's really enjoyable. After that, what I had seen and I had also researched from other people is that you have this spike and then it kind of tapers down, but still your rate of growth in muscle and strength is still higher than if you were natural. So I found that I was making faster progress in the gym, but it wasn't as fast as like the first month. So in terms of muscle and strength, there was a pretty big boost right away. And still it feels like the sort of progress and physique gain, like muscle gain is still better even now, like even, a year later than if I was natural. So that's awesome. And because, this journey, this sport means a lot to me. It means a very big deal to me. Like my life, my day-to-day routine almost like revolves around like the gym. It's the habit that literally saves my life, honestly. Like, weightlifting and building the physique. Before I started this, I was just playing video games and just a fucking DJ. Weightlifting is the thing that really like got me to start becoming like a disciplined person. It got me away from drugs. I mean, I'm kind of taking a drug now with test, but
well, Black Ops 7 doesn't have a real campaign. They basically just have an online-only co-op mode. It's not a real campaign.
It got me away from like dirty, like fucking party drugs and degeneracy and whatever. So it's got a very big place in my heart. And so when I started to take test, the boost in the gym feels fucking awesome. I can't lie to you, it feels fucking awesome. Some people will tell you like, it doesn't make that much of a difference. I still train hard and whatever. And don't get me wrong, I still train hard. I've been, disciplined in the gym for fucking ages. But I will tell you, like, it is a bit of a cheat code. Like there is just free, faster gains, like easily. You know what I mean? So that's definitely true. And that feels fucking awesome for me. So that's one thing. Another benefit for me personally is like psychological. It's just kind of like safeguarding against the world. You know how in this video we discussed some of the issues of the world and it feels like we live like this uphill battle with these weird chemicals in our environments. This is my own personal opinion. I thought to myself once when I was debating this, because I was debating taking tests for about 3 years straight. When I was debating it, I thought to myself, you know what? There are so many unnatural chemicals in our environment, unnatural chemicals inside of us, estrogenics, microplastics. Is it such a bad thing if I put something in my body which is actually kind of produced naturally anyway? Of course, injecting test is not the same as the testosterone that your testes produce, but it's the same kind of substance, right? It's testosterone. With how fucked up the world is going and such an uphill
It's the exact same thing. It's bioidentical. You can't even detect a difference on like, a test. Like if you get blood tested for it, it's the same exact molecule. The only way to detect if somebody's actually taking exogenous testosterone is if you check for the specific isotopes of carbon on the molecule. Because the testosterone's being produced by either yams or soybeans, it's going to have a different isotope of carbon compared to if it's made by your body. So it's the same exact thing.
battle it is to be like healthy these days. For my personal opinion, it's like I kind of like this idea that because when you take tests, it doesn't really matter if you've been exposed to some estrogenics. It's still important because it fucks up your health, fertility, whatever. Sure, your estrogen can go up because of estrogenics, whatever. But in terms of these weird chemicals lowering your testosterone, well, they don't because you're just injecting a certain amount of test either way. It's the same with when you're sick, for example. So when a man is sick, his testosterone drops by like 80-90%. But when you're sick and you take test, well, you have the same amount of testosterone in your body. It's quite like a big lifestyle boost. That's what I've noticed is it's basically been safeguarding away from sicknesses, injuries, those kinds of things where no matter what the world throws at me, I have very high levels of tests no matter what. Like I imagine if I go through a period where I'm like sick or I'm injured, or for example, there's sometimes those random periods where you like struggle to sleep for like a few weeks or something. If I'm natural, in those periods, tests would go down, and that kind of sucks. But if you inject it, then your test just stays high through those all those periods. This was my opinion, and I was like, I actually really like that idea. I actually really like that. It's like you just stay at such a high level. That's actually a pretty huge advantage. Again, it's like a cheat code in life. A lot of people, when they talk about the benefits of tests, they say that it really elevated their mood and made them feel like, more of a man and like disciplined and competitive. To be honest, I didn't really notice that, and I think because I was already like that to begin with. Like I was already a competitive person. I was already successful in business, naturally bodybuilding for 10 years, good at speaking to girls, whatever. So when I started to take it, I didn't notice much of an increase in like sort of competitiveness or I want to make more money or anything like that personally. That was a little bit disappointing because one of the expectations I had when I started to
Well, everyone's going to respond differently, but you also have to keep in mind, he only doubled his levels roughly. He said he went from like 700 to 1500. So, I quadrupled mine. I went from 540 to 2220. It was a little over 4x increase. So, you also have to consider like the dose you're taking.
to take it was like, oh, I'm gonna get that same kind of psychological boost that I've heard from other guys that, made them so much more disciplined. But I didn't really notice that, and I think because I already had like a fair level of discipline to begin with, whereas most guys who take the test have like very low levels of discipline, their test levels are very, very low to begin with. For injuries, it's been the single best thing that I've done. So I actually had chronic pain in my right knee. I have like flat feet. Basically, I don't have like, it's kind of like a weird medical condition, but I don't have like the arch in my feet. That's meant that I've had like chronic pain in my right knee for the last like years. Like imagine I have like a 4 out of 10 pain in my knee like at most times, which is fucking shit, right? That's like really shit life quality. Since I started to take tests, like the pain's basically gone. It only like triggers sometimes if I do like a bunch of running or whatever, but day to day it's actually fine. This is how bad my actual knee was. Before I would take tests, I couldn't sit in like the back of a car properly. You sit in a car sitting forward with your knees in front of you. If I was sitting in the back like in an Uber, I would sit on the back left seat so that I could open my right leg sort of a bit more to the right, basically, instead of having it bent. So that's been one of the weirdest like huge boosts of life quality. Before this, I had tried like knees over toes and mobility and stretching and those kinds of exercises, and nothing really made that much of a difference. Just taking tests got really.
Yeah, I had a similar experience with the groin injury I had. After that adductor tear, I just always had problems with my groin. And then after I went on test in HGH, massively improved after just a month. And it's almost totally healed and fixed.
That pain for me. Bro, my life qualities dramatically increased just because of like that one thing, right? Also, remember I spoke before, I had this condition called varicocele that I had surgery for. I had that varicocele for like 3 years, and that probably fucked me up in some ways, right? There's like weird medical conditions, chemicals in the world. For me personally, taking TRT or taking tests, because the way I do it, it's probably not seen as TRT. TRT is more like when a doctor gives it to you and your levels were very low beforehand. For me, it's probably not defined as TRT because my level wasn't really low beforehand. My level was actually pretty high, it was like 700 beforehand. Most people who get on TRT, their level is like 300, 400, and TRT takes them to like 800. Mine was 700 beforehand, so mine was already kind of high. So we can't really say I'm on TRT, it's more like the phrase to use is probably like I just inject test. But since I started to do that, honestly, it's like the benefits have been huge. I'm being very careful with my words because a lot of haters who watch me, since I've started to speak about this in an educational format, they've started to have another thing to hate, which is like, oh, you're trying to get all your fans onto it, you're trying to promote it to your young audience or something. And I'm obviously not. Like, look, I'm just trying to tell you the story of what it's like, just like people told me the story and it was valuable for me as well. I did years of research beforehand. I'm not telling you to hop on. In fact, you shouldn't hop on. You should do years and years and years of research like I did first. The biggest con that I felt is simply that you're actually just doing the injections. Like, it's kind of like, it's not super painful or anything because, you just get used to it, but it's something that you have to do, which it is a bit uncomfortable. It's kind of like after you've done it.
If you're afraid of needles, you're a fucking pussy, and that's a good fucking sign that you need testosterone. Needles are not a big fucking deal. Maybe I'm a little weird because I actually love injecting myself with the needles. Like, I fucking love it. Especially knowing that I'm injecting steroids that are just going to make me jacked. When I wake up in the morning, I'm just excited.
Couple questions for you. Is there any health risk with having a supraphysiological testosterone level long term? Should the average person try to keep it high normal? Also, I'm taking finasteride for hair loss. Will that interfere with TRT at all?
Depends on how you respond to the drug. So any steroid can activate the angiotensin pathway and raise your blood pressure. They can increase your red blood cell count. Depending on your overall hormone balance, they can influence like arterial damage. They can cause maladaptive cardiomyopathy or left ventricular hypertrophy. So that's fairly rare, though, by the way. That's more of a genetic risk factor than anything. And the biggest modifiable risk factor for LVH is going to be high blood pressure. So assuming you're able to just make sure, some of these biomarkers are in the healthy range. No, there's no logical reason to assume having super physiological levels of testosterone are going to be harmful. So if your estrogen is at an appropriate level to counteract some of the effects of these other hormones when it comes to like collagen synthesis, you want your estrogen at probably like at least the middle, if not high end of the reference range to help with like healing, help with arterial function. You also just want to track your LDL. You want to keep your blood pressure low in the healthy range. Like, if you do that, there's no logical reason to think that testosterone at a super physiological level is going to be harmful. Like, it could. Like, there's a lack of research, but again, there's no logical reason to think it would be a problem. I can't think of a reason. The only thing that I can really think of is there are certain people with genetic polymorphisms that may be particularly prone to left ventricular hypertrophy. And if that's the case, like, that's just something that you're going to want to monitor. So just periodically get an ultrasound on your heart or an MRI. The only other thing would be benign prostatic hyperplasia. Steroids do not increase risk of prostate cancer, but they can cause benign prostatic hyperplasia. And that can be problematic. If you have enough prostatic hyperplasia, that can make it hard to urinate and stuff. There are ways to fix that, but, you know, ideally you don't want to have to deal with it. Finasteride, like, honestly, I think finasteride for hair loss is silly. Just go bald. Who fucking cares? But finasteride can potentially cause issues with TRT, because if you're going to crush your DHT with finasteride, that can increase aromatization. And if you have increased aromatization, that may make you more prone to gynecomastia. So you may be more likely, you may have to run an AI or be more likely to need an AI. And if you don't have your estrogen levels under control, that can cause a number of other issues like increased water retention, blood pressure, acne, mood swings, stuff like that. So that's the only thing that it could potentially do. Thanks for the donation, though, TRT. But again, like, this is why you get blood work done, to make sure you know how to use these drugs properly.
A while. It's just like a habit, and you can get it done. You can administer the tea yourself, and it's done within like 20 seconds. Like, from the moment you kind of get ready to the moment it's done, it's like 20 seconds. But it's still something. It's still something that's kind of annoying to do. There's some times where you do it, and that area which you inject into will swell up, and it actually gets really fucking painful. So you can inject in different places, but you basically inject in your sort of big muscular.
That is bizarre that he'd say that. Either this guy's a fucking retard who doesn't know how to inject, or he's lying about being on TRT and he's getting underground gear. That is not normal, especially if you're taking testosterone cypionate. There's literally no injection pain. It's totally smooth. You do not feel anything from it. Testosterone and enthate, you can get a little bit of soreness, but it's not that significant, like, and it only lasts for a couple minutes and then it's gone. So that makes me think he might be getting his gear underground, because him saying like he's getting a lot of swellness and like a lot of swelling and numbness and pain, that's unusual. So he's either doing really stupid shit with his injections, and he's using like a massive needle and he's not injecting deep enough or something, or doing something stupid like that, or he's getting his gear underground, and whatever the supplier is, they're not making it well.
Areas like your shoulders, your glutes, your quads. And there'll be some times where you'll inject, and it's actually really fucking painful, not just when you do it, but for like days afterwards. That's one of the biggest reasons why later.
That is not normal.
Last year, like December last year, I kept on getting like these swelling lumps that was pissing me off. So I was like, okay, fuck this. It was pissing me off. It was stopping me from...
He's getting his gear underground, guaranteed. He's not getting steroids from a TRT clinic. He's getting his gear underground. That never fucking happens. He's lying about going through a doctor and getting TRT. I can guarantee you. Even testosterone and enthate, it does have more post-injection pain than cypionate, which is 0. There's no chance this guy is taking pharmaceutical and enthate. No chance. He's getting it through an underground supplier, and it's not being made well.
From like being as agile in kickboxing, and I just stopped completely because I was just getting pissed off. And it's just random when this happens. I think maybe it's like the particular sort of like vial that you have or whatever. It was kind of like making me like a little bit stiffer and more painful for kickboxing, and so that's why I ended up going off for a good few months. It was leading up to my fight as well, so I was like, okay, fuck it, like I'll go into my fights without.
Yeah, dude, I inject daily, And I'm on a much higher dose than him. I do not have post-injection pain. Literally lasts for like 5 minutes tops, and then it doesn't feel like you even injected anything. The only time I had anything even remotely similar to this was the first time I injected my right ventral glute. It felt like there was a little bit of a knot for a few days, but it wasn't painful. It just felt like the muscle was a little more tense, and it was only the right glute, and it was just the first time I injected that muscle, which isn't atypical. Usually when you get used to injecting a new muscle, you might get a little bit more irritation, but this is not normal. Like, this guy's talking about really bad, intrusive pain that lasts for days. He's getting his gear from an underground source, I can guarantee you.
Could crushing DHT levels from use of finasteride cause symptoms similar to low T? Would it be worth trying to come off finasteride first before starting TRT to see how I feel? Would you ever be open to doing one-on-one consultations?
Message me on Instagram and ask, like, what you want. I'm not a medical doctor and I'm not an expert with some of the stuff. Like, so I'm not going to say, like, I'm the best source of information for anything. And you might have specific questions where, like, I literally have no clue and I'm not going to be able to help you. But, you know, just message me on Instagram, ask, like, you know, questions that you want to ask. If you're interested in, like, having a consultation, I'm open to it. So, yes, crushing DHT can cause symptoms similar to low testosterone, particularly when it comes to sexual function. DHT, it does enter the muscle cell and go into the androgen receptor similar to testosterone, but your body produces some kind of molecule, I can't remember what it's called, that destroys DHT very quickly once it enters the muscle cell. So it doesn't have much of a genomic effect like testosterone does, but it has a lot of non-genomic effects. So DHT absolutely affects nervous system efficiency. So the neuromuscular junction, where your nerve connects to the muscle and sends a signal for your, like, muscles to contract, DHT does play a role there. And if you crush your DHT levels, fairly frequently you'll see people noticing either a reduction in strength or a difficulty getting stronger. So it can reduce nervous system efficiency, and it does seem to affect sexual function. DHT seems to have a big impact on both erection quality and penile sensitivity. And there's a good amount of anecdotes where men will talk about having erection quality issues or even full-on impotence if they're on a 5-AR inhibitor like finasteride. And sometimes those effects seem permanent. There are men who've taken finasteride and for years after they have impotence. So it's not the most safe drug. That's why, like, I say, even if the risk is fairly low, like, do you really want to, like, roll the dice and risk having permanent erectile dysfunction just because you're worried about your hair? Doesn't seem worth it to me. Like, finasteride was not developed as a hair loss drug. It was developed as a drug for prostate cancer. So you're taking a prostate cancer drug for hair loss, and it's not even particularly effective either. The type of DHT that it blocks doesn't have a huge impact on hair loss. So there's other topical drugs that you can take, like I think topical dutasteride, that are going to be more effective for hair loss. Especially if you use it with a derma roller. And you don't risk getting, permanent erectile dysfunction from it. And again, anecdotally, some men do report having increased anxiety and depression with finasteride. That may not be a direct effect of lowering DHT, but it may have something to do with altering aromatase activity. So yeah, finasteride can cause symptoms similar to low testosterone. And because it can increase aromatase activity, it can actually lower your testosterone. So I would recommend going off finasteride, seeing if you feel better if you're having issues with it. You may have to wait a few months to see if it's actually making a difference. It might not be instant. So I'd wait like a couple months after coming off it, see if your symptoms improve. But yeah, finasteride can do that. Thanks for the donation though, TRT.
Hey Rich. I'm running 200 milligrams of Testy a week. I got blood work at 8 weeks. It came back at 1,300 and my E2 at 300 mol/L, 87 pg per milliliter. I'm having high E2 sides like fatigue plus rosacea flaring up always. What AI and how much would you recommend? Or lower dose?
I would just lower the dose. There's not a lot of great choices with aromatase inhibitors. They all cause issues, and especially something really harsh with Arimidex. It's pretty much impossible to dial in your estrogen with a drug like that. It's either going to be completely crushed or it's still going to be too high. So I would just modulate the dose first before even considering an AI. The best strategy, if you don't want to lower the test dose, is to include another anabolic agent that acts as an aromatase inhibitor. So Primobolan is probably the best choice. It's expensive though and hard to source. Boldenone is extremely inexpensive, very easy to source, and it's a very potent AI. So the only problem with boldenone is it comes in the undeslinate ester. So it's very long acting. If you have any side effects from boldenone, it's going to take a while for it to clear your system, several months. If you're just going to use it to get your E2 down to like in the 40 range, like 40 picograms per mil, you'd probably need a very, very low dose. So you're talking about like maybe 50 milligrams a week, if that. That would probably cut your E2 levels in half. And even though the ester is very long, the AI effects seem almost instant. I know some people who've gotten blood work days after starting boldenone, and it absolutely crushed their E2 days after administration. So even though the actual ester length is very long, it has like a 12 or 15 day half-life, the AI effects are pretty much instant. And I wouldn't worry too much about side effects if you're taking that low of a dose. The main mental side effects seem to be depression, anxiety, and it has something to do with how it affects GABA in the brain. It's going to be highly individual. For me personally, I have not noticed a decrease in mood. I've just noticed a calming effect, and I've said this before. The feeling I get from boldenone is similar to the feeling I get from human growth hormone. I just get this like nice, pleasant, calming feeling of wellness. It's just that it doesn't make me sleepy like growth hormone does. So the only other option would be to use something like Masteron. I wouldn't really recommend running Masteron like permanently long term because of how it affects the skin. It acts as a SERM, not a AI. So you can get rid of some of the like estrogen side effects, but it doesn't actually lower your estrogen. It just affects the estrogen receptor. So yeah, I would just start off by lowering the test dose. that would be your best shot. Lower it down to like 150 per week, and then check your E2 maybe a month later. See where it's at. If you don't want to lower the test dose and you feel great on the test aside from the high E2, I wouldn't really recommend dealing with AIs because like there's no great choice. They're all going to have weird side effects. And they can increase blood clotting risk. So and it's hard to dial in your estrogen with an AI. So if you want to go down that route, I would either use Primo or EQ, Boldenone, and just start with a low dose and see how that affects your estrogen. Primo's a less aggressive AI compared to Boldenone, so you may need to use a higher dose of Primo. But again, like really low dose Boldenone, like 50 milligrams a week, you're probably not going to feel anything from it, or it's not really going to affect much. You're just using it for that AI lowering effect. So I personally wouldn't really worry about side effects from it at that dose. And you're going to get some additional anabolism probably from it. But yeah, I would first start off with just lowering the test dose. Another thing you can do to reduce aromatization is make sure you're taking a high dose zinc supplement. 50 milligram zinc supplement does help reduce E2, and you can also try calcium D-glucarate. So that's also something you could just try first too, before lowering the test dose. You can just try taking a high dose zinc and calcium D-glucarate. That might lower it enough. So those are all options for you. Hope that helps. Thanks for the donation, mate.
In Polish morphology, there are adjectives, predicative adjectives, post-prepositional adjectives, and adadjectival adjectives. English has adadjectival adjectives. Thermal and nuclear are adjectives. In thermonuclear, thermo is adadjectival.
That's good to know. Thanks for the donation on Wib. Natty Cope Destroyed or $2. It's all about nutrition, man.
So people ask me how to...
Yeah, great. That's not Natty Cope Destroyer.
Without taking it, because within like 2 weeks of stopping it, I noticed that my like heart rate was lower. For kickboxing, it was actually kind of better because I didn't even want like as much muscle because I had to like shred down for my 82 kg weight cut thing as well. That's probably one of the biggest cons in terms of like actual felt experience. It's just like it's kind of uncomfortable to actually administer it, and also every now and then, usually like maybe 1 or 2 times a year, you'll get a period of a few weeks where like every time you do it, you end up getting like swelling lumps and it's just kind of like painful. So that sounds like pretty fucking annoying. Probably an increase in acne as well. Like I've noticed since I've taken it, I have like a few more spots on my traps. Nothing crazy, not like, you know, that you've seen those horror videos from guys who take like fucked up steroid cycles and their back's covered in acne. Nothing crazy. Like if you saw my back next to someone else in the gym, we'd probably honestly have about the same amount of, you know, like a lot of guys just have like random spots here and there and they've got some spots on their back even though they're natural. It's kind of like that where like if you are very aware of this space and if for example you are unnatural yourself, you would be able to spot it in someone else that, oh yeah, they're unnatural just by...
I have not noticed any increase in acne being on gear. The only acne flare-up I had was when I did that long workout and I didn't shower, but like that sort of thing just happens to me normally.
Like, you know, the iconic spots on the trap, whatever. But other than that, it's like most people don't really pick up on this. In fact, like I've always had some spots and some bits of like acne here and there. I remember there was a video of me in 2022, I still remember this, a video I set up on my phone when I was with a girl. I'm just playing chess with her. And on my back, you can see that I had like a bunch of spots. This was when I was natural, right? So it's definitely not a good thing because you will notice there are more spots. But it's one of those things where if you don't do a full-on steroid blast, but it's more like, you know, I just do 150 milligrams of test a week, there's a bit of a noticeable increase, but no one's really ever kind of said it to me. I think maybe like one bodybuilder friend has said it to me once of like, oh, I noticed you've got more spots on your back. But that's it. Most normies, like natural people, they don't actually spot this kind of thing. That's like the noticeable cons that I've actually felt. There's one other big one, which is the issue with fertility. So basically, when you take TRT, you're taking testosterone exogenously. When your body feels that your testosterone levels are randomly high, it basically sends a signal to your balls, like to your testes, to say, hey, testosterone's super high, you can actually turn down the production. So it basically turns your testes off. Now that's not a crazy bad thing because as I understand it, when you stop taking testosterone, after some time, your testes basically turn back on and start producing testosterone and sperm naturally. But when you are injecting and taking it exogenously, your testes don't produce testosterone because you don't really need to because you're taking it separately. But it also turns off basically the sperm production. There's like a few sort of hormones that it kind of turns off, LH, FSH, whatever. But basically it just means that when you are injecting, your testes aren't producing sperm and you can't get a girl pregnant right now. So in terms of just this, if right now you're in a season where you actually don't want to get a girl pregnant, it might actually be kind of a good thing, you know, so you don't get any accidents accidents and whatever. Then the issue is, well, when you actually want to have children, what do you do? And there's two things. Either one, you stop just taking the testosterone, and after a few months, your testes start working again, and they make you fertile again, and then you can have a child with your woman. Or two, you take this other thing, which is called HCG, and that kind of turns on the sort of sperm production whilst you keep taking testosterone. So if you're considering this is something you'll research in the future. For me personally, right now I'm taking tests, but I don't have like a wife or anything. I'm not trying to have children right now. So I'll decide this like later on in the future. I've heard from a lot of guys, they say that
I have a feeling he's either never going to have kids or he's going to accidentally knock up some chick.
When they come off test, they felt kind of shitty, and so the better protocol is to just keep on taking tests, but just add on this other thing. But I'll debate this like in the future. One more con with it.
There's no chance he'll ever find a woman who actually wants to have kids with him, unless like she's a crazy fucking bitch or something. His last girlfriend broke up with him, and that's after he was making more money. Like that never fucking happens. This guy is an intolerable jackass. There's no chick on the planet, like unless they're fucking nuts, like they're crack whore or something, and they think that they can get money from him if they have kids. Like, that's the only chick who'd ever want to have kids with him.
This is the social stigma. Because, of course, this is a bit of a weird thing to do. Increasing your testosterone levels naturally, okay, everyone kind of understands that. But injecting it is weird. And you've probably seen, like, the massive amount of hate I've got recently where people are like, oh, he's destroyed his career. I can't believe he's been taking it. He's been lying all this time. And I'm like, well, holy shit, people are so dramatic and emotional. First of all, let me just clear some things up. I never once told you that I was, like, natural since I started to take it. I never once said, oh, I'd never take anything. In fact, there's multiple videos of me where I literally spoke to my audience. I put it up publicly on YouTube saying, oh, yeah, I'm considering it. I'm probably going to take it at some point in the future. I don't know where I stand completely on, like, taking testosterone. It is something that I've somewhat kept in mind. I'm natural right now. Maybe it is something I'd consider. I feel like I've built, like, a very, very good physique, and I don't necessarily need to become, like, much bigger for my own sort of preference.
We need to think of different ways. Like, there needs to be something else, man. I think this is why so many men are just getting onto TRT, and I'm not really considering it, but I am somewhat beginning to be open to it right now. I want more testosterone.
But this topic makes people weirdly like emotional and just stops them from thinking logically. Some comments I'll get is like, oh, but Hamza, you're just a liar because you said you'd never take it before. And I was like, when did I fucking say that? I've never fucking said that. I've literally, there's so many videos where you can see where I literally look to the camera and say, oh yeah, I'm considering it. But people build like their own kind of mindset because it's just a weird topic. What I do predict is that the social stigma with this will become less and less and less, because it does seem to be the unfortunate case that it's more and more needed in society. Like, more and more guys will need to take this. I'm not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just telling you my prediction. More guys will take it because more guys probably do need to take it. My prediction is that we will see not just more people in general consider this, but actually more people specifically who are younger consider it. And I'm not telling you again to consider it whenever. I'm not telling you this. I'm just telling you my prediction. I just think we're going to see more and more people, because look at the state of like men's sexual health. We're seeing young men who have low testosterone who are doing like everything right. Like, that's fucking crazy. But when you hear online from all these like doctors and they say like, what? No, don't consider this till you're like 40. Everyone's still based on the old narrative, which is you should only consider this based on your age. For me personally, I always looked at that and I was like, that doesn't make any sense, because it shouldn't be based on your age. It's a very informed position. When I see some of these haters' comments, I'm looking at them like, no, it's not. That's not true at all. That's not true. That's not what I felt. That's not like, you know, it's like the internet just gets extremely dramatic for this kind of topic. In terms of like, oh, influencer takes test. I genuinely don't think it's a big fucking deal. I really don't. Because look, my mission.
Clearly he does, because he was trying to keep it a secret.
Is to make people disciplined. But I can only do that when I live my own life and I go out into the world and try things. And a lot of times I make...
Yeah, total cope. Fake natty exposed. All right, genetic beast.
Come on, and I'm back with a new video, bro. That's right, man. So in this video, I'm going to talk about age doesn't exist, bro, in nature. And yeah, age doesn't exist in nature, bro. And I'm going to prove it to you, all right? And people ask me, hey, what are you, like, did you drink that raw milk or eat that raw meat? See this? I just bought this. I've been eating it here raw, actually, in the park. See that?
Oh my God. This guy's fucked.
Look, it's raw. See that? It's raw meat. You eat it raw. Oh.
Well, this guy is gonna have a hospital visit sooner or later.
Do that. You're not gonna die eating raw meat, bro. This is raw beef. This is extra lean raw beef, okay? There's like 2...
What's funny is he's a Sfarage fan. Sfarage almost died eating raw meat.
Pounds, I almost ate it already. 2 pounds for like $10 or something, I don't know. Extra lean, which has a lot of fat in it already. It's just so much fat. It's really windy out here, sorry. Also, I bought that liver, because I made a video on it, I haven't uploaded it yet. Look at that, look how cheap that liver is. Look at all that liver, bro, $5.57. They don't charge tax on meat here, only on cooked meat. That's good liver. I'm gonna make that. I even
Where the fuck did he get that idea?
Blend it and drink it. Now, that's what I started doing a lot. It's a lot easier, don't like chewing stuff, like blending and just drinking the shit out of it. And I have some mineral water. That's all this is mineral water, gas mineral water. So yeah, there you go, dude. So let's talk about age doesn't exist in nature. Why doesn't age exist in nature? Because when you go out there and you see animals, bro, you don't know what age they are, because they don't have birth certificates, they don't celebrate birthdays, they don't do any of that. That's a scam by your government. Your government...
I never forget it. The night before, my girl was putting on my tan. I was in the bathroom talking to my friends, and all of a sudden, I faint, and I wake up and I'm in the bathtub. I'm like, what the hell happened? I'm asking everybody, what happened? How did I get in this bathtub? They're like, dude, you fainted. I'm like, what? Like, they was like, yeah, you fainted. I'm like, oh, man, what's up with that? Well, the next morning I wake up, I can't even get out of bed. And I'm like, oh, my God, it's over.
Huh.
Has scammed you into believing that you're aging. You don't age, you're deteriorating. That's what they don't want to tell you. You're deteriorating. Let me celebrate my deterioration day. Oh, how old am I? Oh, I'm 45. 45 deteriorating. Get it? You would never know that an animal is 45 years old because they don't look the part. And when they die,
yes, they do. They look older.
even all animals know when they die. They don't die of unnatural causes like humans do because of their deterioration and disease and everything. Dying of disease, heart attacks, all kinds of weird shit. They die naturally.
They do. Animals do get diseases.
They even know when they're going to die. Ask anybody. A cat knows. The cat wants to comfort its owner when it knows it's going to die. It does a bunch of things.
Yeah, carnivorous animals are particularly prone to getting cancer compared to herbivorous animals. And all animal species, they can develop heart disease, diabetes, you know, all the diseases that affect human beings.
All animals know when they're about to die. Even humans really do know when they're about to die because you'll stop eating. The natural process is you're going to stop eating, you're going to not be hungry, and you're going to sleep a lot, and then you're going to pass away. That's how you pass away. It's not scary to die. It's not. You don't need to be scared to die. It's not a scary process if you're dying. You'll know when you're dying. Trust me. Unless, of course, you die from a heart attack, which is unnatural, which is kind of painful. You probably think it's painful death. Yeah, definitely. That's why it's not painful for you to be born, and it's not painful for you to die. Because when you die from natural processes, right?
So how does he think animals die of old age? Like, you are going to die at some point. Like, what happens? There has to be something that goes wrong to cause them to die.
You not eating and your body prepping you for death, you sleeping a lot will pass. Get it? That's why you don't need to be afraid of death. But of course, everybody wants to go to heaven, right? But when you tell them you got to die to get there, all hands come down. Anyways, the point is, bro, when you go to nature, it doesn't exist. Birth certificates, age, this, whatever. No animals are deteriorated. They've even had animals in captivity. They've had them there and they can see they lived so long. And they always look the same. They don't change. Only humans look like mummies and change because you're deteriorating faster.
No, animals look older as they age.
Than you're aging. Too much slave food peasant diet, glycation equals deterioration. But being in positive nitrogen balance equals what? Regeneration.
This guy's gotten fatter and wrinklier as he's gotten older. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Get it, bro? Yeah. Health equals beauty. Health equals beauty. The healthier you become, the more beautiful you become, bro. Get it? That's the whole idea. But like I said, if you don't want to be beautiful and you want, you don't want dimorphism, you want to look ugly and mutated, well, keep cooking your food and keep eating the peasant slave food diet, and you'll achieve your goal. Goal achieved. Get it, Borowski? Yeah. Goal has been achieved, bro. But that is not my goal. My goal is to get healthy, and that equates to beauty. Now, of course, I'm not an older person now. I'm not going to get all that dimorphism that I lost when I was growing up. But I'm pretty much changing, getting much better, eating this food slowly over time, right? That's the idea. So, like I said, man. Now let's talk about longevity. There's no such thing as There's no such thing as you're going to live forever. That's definitely a given. You go out in nature, all animals die. Now, as far as longevity, I cannot tell you how long a human can live. I have this idea in my head that humans could possibly live to 200, maybe 300. I can't be sure because I got nothing to go off of. But I have an idea. Our structure, and how strong we are. It's incredible how strong the human body is. We take on so much deterioration, so much toxic food, peasant slave food diets, and toxins and everything. Yet we survive. Our bodies are so resilient. That's why I have this idea our bodies could live a lot longer and us not be deteriorating.
Dummy, stop fucking around with his laptop. No! Oh my god. Oh. Got me, like, sitting on Isaac's laptop.
Looking young, what you call young, and not deteriorated. So, yeah, man, I don't know. It's, that's why the I Am Longevity guy has this crazy idea about motor units, preserving, that's what's going to make you... Yeah, why did this lady die at 117 years old? Why did she die at 117? Let me think. Why did she die at 117? Maybe because her time was up, because that's the time to die, because everything dies on this planet. Yeah, she's not going to live forever. You know, that's the dumb question, the dumbest question that I Am Longevity, Tony from I Am Longevity, he goes, how come she died at 117? We can't figure out how she died. Why did she die? Because it's time to die. Get it? But the way she died, the way she looked when she died, you know what I mean, is ridiculous. Like I said, in the human population, when it comes to this age thing, look at Tony from I Am Longevity. 60 years old looks like 95. Why do some 60-year-olds look like 30, and some who are 60 look like 95 that are claiming this thing about longevity, which is crazy, bro. Get it? I don't know.
Get it?
They're telling you that. you're gonna get that. That's just insane. I don't know. Whatever, man. Sorry, it's really windy out here. It was windy like crazy out here, man. Just shit. So see, eating it, almost finished, bro. Look, broski, almost finished all of it. I'll probably finish it all. I'll be sitting here eating it while after this video or whatever stuff. But I don't like to talk and eat at the same time. See, look, it's almost done already. But it's an addiction, okay? These things that you're doing are really based on addictions. So cooking is an addiction because taste. You want tasty, everything tasty. Salt, sugar, whatever, pepper, spices. Cooking and making everything tasty. Raw animal products don't have any taste in it. Maybe that's the problem. Because it's not based on addiction, it's based on health. But once you get hooked on these addictive things, bro, it's hard to let go from sick. And the more you eat it, the more you get used to it. So in the beginning, because you're a peasant slave and you're not used to eating your natural diet, once you get used to eating it, you're like, wow, this stuff is amazing, bro. Get it? It's not bad anymore. You get used to it, doesn't really bother you anymore.
So it's the natural food you're supposed to eat, but it tastes like shit. All right.
Because you're not used to the taste. So how do you transition? You transition by tasting everything to see how these things taste, how you like them and not like them or whatever. But eventually you get used to it. And then you say to yourself, how come I didn't do that before, right? Once you get used to it, you're like, fuck, man, I messed up. Why didn't I do that before?
This guy's probably going to get, like, some sort of infection or something, or... Like, he's pretty unhealthy, too. He could just have a heart attack or some shit, then... I don't know if he'll be too embarrassed to make a video about it.
Get it? The more you consume of these animal products, the better you become. The liver is amazing, bro. Brain, liver, kidney.
I remember Hellman. That guy was hilarious. He actually ended up totally backpedaling and admitting he was wrong. Hellman was eating raw meat. I think he was hospitalized twice with an infection from it. And then he had some other problem with his kidneys because he was like only eating steak. And it was like, I can't remember exactly what the fucking problem was, but he ended up having some kidney issue later. And then he made a video admitting, like, you need carbohydrates, you need to eat plant foods. This idea of eating nothing but meat, especially raw meat, is fucking retarded. That was hilarious.
Fucking bro.
Like, at least he had the humility to admit he was wrong.
Telling you, man.
Could have fucking told him ahead of time.
I just want to consume tons of it so I can get better. I just want to get better, bro. Get it? Consuming raw animal products. I'm loving it. Yeah, man.
Okay, this guy's just fucking nuts.
I am game stalking this wonderful lady.
I work here.
You work here?
I work here.
Do you have anything you would like to say to the audience?
Yeah, you're free.
Okay. Yesterday there was some meme event that I went to, and then at night I wanted to go out and hang out and drink a little bit. And while I was out with my good Nazi friend, I'll say LS for an abbreviation to keep it anonymous, my other wonderful Lauren friend. Okay, so apparently every single person in Austin, I guess, knows who I am for whatever reason, okay? So we walk up to some bar, and the guy's like, oh, hey, are you Dustin Rivera? I'm like, yeah, hey, what's up? And then I hear a noise to my left, and I look over to my left, and Lauren De Laguna is just standing there, like, cracked out. Her eyes are like, I'm like, what the f? With her little phone out, like she's recording me. And then I see the other Lauren is going running the other way. Cause like, okay, this is f***ing crazy. And then Lauren De Laguna 180s and starts running after her with her little phone out. And I just have no idea what the f*** is happening. I look back at the, I don't know if you would call him like the bouncer or whatever else. And he's like, do you know that woman or whatever? And I'm like, yeah, the crazy one. And he's like, yeah, apparently he says she's trying to make it as like a stand-up comedian here now or something. And I'm like, okay, interesting. So then I start walking that way because I don't know where all the Laurens have run off to. And then eventually Lauren De Laguna, turns around and starts walking back to me. And then she starts with her phone out. She's like accusing me of stalking her and just like following her and patrolling the streets looking for her. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know why you're here. I didn't even know you lived here or were traveling here or whatever. And then, yeah, so that was this. I think I take my phone out. I take a few selfies because apparently she's recording the whole thing. So I don't know if she's planning on like saying some like crazy shit about our interaction. So obviously I'm going to start recording it too. I'm like, okay, I think we chat for a little bit. I think I make fun of her a little bit. And that was my, yeah, Jesus Christ. I think somebody might have the link to her Instagram story. I don't know if anybody has it.
This is my best friend, Lauren De Laguna. How you doing?
You came to Texas to bother me.
I literally am game stalking her right now. I am game stalking this wonderful lady.
I work here.
You work here?
I work here.
Do you have anything you would like to say to the audience?
Yeah, you're free. You're fucking weird.
Okay, cool. Anything else?
Yeah,
Thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you for...
Why hasn't she released her point of view? My guess is she was hoping either me or Lauren would say or do something crazy, I guess. I don't know. But nothing happened. So I think she made a few streams talking about it. You're stalking me. You're a one-man. This is a one-man gang stalker army right now, okay? So thanks for hanging out.
And you just keep making as to why I need to be deposed.
Do I really? Are we recording each other now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. How are you doing? How's life in Texas?
I'm gonna go to my boss.
Okay, be careful. Say bye. I'll see you around. I don't know when she comes back.
Why are you following me?
Because I'm bored and I gang stalk in real life.
You're a fucking freak. You're a pedophile.
Yeah.
You're sad.
Since you deposed or subpoenaed her, you must have known that she
She has pretty nice tits.
lives in Texas. I don't think she ever got subpoenaed in Texas. I'm pretty sure she got subpoenaed in Florida because I think she complains about getting subpoenaed later on in Florida. How drunk were you in this clip? I was pretty drunk at this point. I was pretty toasted. I almost thought I had like a 1 second freak out moment because I'm like, am I hallucinating right now? Because I had no idea why the fuck this person just run up to me. Like, how is she here?
You're a fucking freak. You're a pedophile.
Yeah.
You're sad. You look sad. Pedophile too. You
Yeah.
are a pedophile.
True.
I mean, Rose.
True. Queen. And there she goes. Stay safe. Be careful.
Yes.
Okay. That didn't answer the question, but go off, Queen. What didn't answer what question? Why would I know that she lives in Texas? I have no idea that she lives in Texas. Why would I know this? Also, I'm on 6th Street. This is like the most popular street in Austin. So I don't know what you're implying that I would go. Am I just not allowed to go to Austin anymore? What are you talking about? Jesus. Apparently she made some video here.
I got a bunch of new follows due to the Destiny drama, so I'm just going to briefly state what happened. I was at my job, and Destiny and Lauren Southern showed up where I was working tonight.
I don't know what she means by show up where she was working. I don't know where she works. Some people said she works at like the mothership. Maybe we were just going to bars. I don't think she was working at the bar we were going to because she literally, you can see she runs across the street afterwards to go to her boss or whatever. I don't know where she works. We were just going to bars, but.
And just like, we're patrolling the area that I work.
Patrolling?
We're patrolling the area that I work. I moved from Florida to Texas to get away from Destiny.
You moved states to, I haven't seen this person for, I want to say over a year. What do you mean get away from me?
Dude, like, it just shows the whole misgift thing is so fucking retarded. All these fucking chicks who are online are fucking crazy unhinged liars. Like, why does anybody fucking listen to these Twitch thoughts and take them seriously? They all make up nonsensical lies and accusations about dudes. It's just what they do. Fucking dumb shit.
Superman is the James Gunn mega blockbuster hit movie where he showed the world the definitive Superman is still Christopher Reeves, and Gunn hates you and also eats shit. It starts off showing us where that budget went with this fancy prologue. But not this part. This is irrelevant and a waste of f***ing time. White on white's a bold choice, but okay, cause now we got some math to do. Oh my god, there's no way everything's threes. This is just stupid, arbitrary bullshit. So anyways, here's Superman, but oh shit, he must have broken whatever bone he uses to fly with, cause now he's f***ing helpless. Which is when the movie takes on the difficult task of introducing a dog character that the audience actually hates. And f***ing nails it. Now that he's had his ass beat,
I'm probably gonna watch this movie and literally just watch the dog parts and maybe the fight at the end and not watch anything else.
twice in the first 2 minutes, why not drag him around like Hector of Troy?
I really like that dog.
Because sure, they can both f***ing fly, but where's the humiliation in that?
More clavicular ments.
Let me take
Alright, I'm just taking off my glasses now so you can just go and get this troll over with.
What'd you say?
Can we put them back on?
Alright, well, he's gay.
Don't even talk to me.
Sorry, have a good night.
Yeah, never trying Crystal again. I'll tell you on Discord. Dude, why would you do that? Have I tried Fent? Yes. I think I've quite literally done every single.
He's a drug addict, yeah. I think he was hanging out with Sneeko, and he did. He snorted crystal meth right in front of Sneeko. Yeah, this guy has fucking problems, dude.
Substance that you can spell.
So where y'all headed right now? Where y'all headed to right now?
We went to Hockey Shop, we went to Dirk Bentley. Then we went to some other fucking place, and I don't really know.
Yeah. They got a better chance at telling us where the nearest IHOP is than good clubs, so let's get the fuck out of here.
Oh, yeah, alright. Oh, shit, dude, what the fuck is wrong?
Jeez, he goes hard on fat chicks.
Like, usually girls come up to me and be like, yo, like, what's your number, babe? Like, oh, man, you're so hot. And I usually just dub them because I'm on my celibate grind, you know?
Then you woke up, bro.
Then I woke up.
Yeah, that's funny. Thanks for the donation, Pooh.
That. And oh my god, his home was right there. Superman was too much of a bitch to make it like 150 yards. Thankfully, Bradley Cooper's here to give him some inspiration.
We love you more than land.
Hell yeah, bro. Land's pretty neat, so that means a lot.
Thank you.
But he's in critical condition, and the only thing that can save him is the experimental procedure of opening the blinds. We know it's really bright out and you're only Superman, but it has to be done. Once he's done crying, he hurries back so he can get his shit wrecked again. Yes, Superman is stuck in freefall. Gunn is really nailing this character. Thankfully, he's rescued by someone far more powerful. Some guy with a fanny pack.
You saved us so many times. Now it's our turn.
He wasn't expecting to go up against that much firepower, so he bails. And Fanny Pack saves the day. On the plus side, it can't get any
Yeah, this movie's fucking stupid.
worse than this. Fuck you, yes it can. After he breaks into her apartment.
You know, especially considering how all these new DC movies are so shit. Like, going back and watching Man of Steel, like, man, that movie, Citizen Kane, in comparison, there's that stupid part at the beginning where he lets his dad die for no reason. Like, that was dumb. I don't know why they fucking put that in the movie, but otherwise, it's a pretty good movie.
What are you doing here?
We finally get what we all want in a Superman movie. He and Lois screaming at each other over politics.
Friend
Jarhanpur has
against
changed.
a nation that's technically our ally.
Moravian government.
Moravian government is saying this? Come on.
You seemingly acting as a representative of
I
the
wasn't
United States
representing
because
anybody.
just replacing one tyrannical regime with another.
Is that really how you feel?
I question it.
Why are you being like this?
Because she's f***ing terrible. Thankfully, this unwatchable pile of dog shit only goes on for what feels like 4 or 5 years.
I'm gonna go.
Really?
Yes! Now shut the f*** up and let this end. While we're hating everything about that, these guys are breaking into his place just so they can trash it. Because we all know Lex Luthor is all about
Oh yeah, and they cast Lex Luthor, that fucking beta male twink dipshit. Oh my god. I don't know why the fuck they keep getting these beta male weak-chinned bitch losers to play Lex Luthor.
home invasions and vandalism.
This is what we came for.
We also get the incredible backstory of this lady, who has the most convoluted way of turning around. You were halfway there,
Why?
just keep turning. But anyway,
Superman. He's not a man. He's an it.
I've sacrificed my own humanity to help get rid of it.
that's the really awkward exposition that doesn't even explain anything that you can only get with great writing. Now Superman's fighting whatever this thing is. And I don't know what Gunn has against dogs, but they're a constant pain in the ass.
Get out of here!
So after slamming him into a tree, we can go back to taking out what Gunn hates even more, Superman's dignity, when he's saved by these second-rate heroes. One of them even fights in a recliner, like a less black Steven Seagal or some shit.
That's
They'll
Mr.
take the actual
Fantastic or
threat,
something.
but if Superman wants to help, he can save that little girl with zero situational awareness who's taken a sobriety test and failing miserably. Okay guys, now he's free and can help, so they tell him he's being a great little helper, but no thanks. Maybe go rescue a squirrel or some shit. Which is when the real hero saved the day.
Dude, I wouldn't even bother saving the people. I'd just save the squirrels and the dogs and stuff.
Then we get a barrage of great writing, where the entire planet decides they have to watch this talk show right f***ing now.
We love you more than land.
I don't get it. What's bad about that?
Land is too vital. There's just no f***ing way. They're not thrilled about this either.
Dispatch of anyone unable or unwilling to serve you, Khaled.
Rule without mercy.
But mostly that stupid land thing.
Any chance they're mistaken? No.
Because the media never lies, everyone just believes it. And because you're responsible for things people on other planets tell you as a baby, Superman gets arrested. And f*** jail, he goes straight to prison and is immediately someone's bitch.
Don't talk to me.
Then we check in with the script writers. That would be a much better title, When Superman Pulls Out the Old Be So F***ing Pathetic, One of the Villains Takes Pity on You move.
Kryptonite.
I know, bro. It's really hard to watch while they're crying together. They tried the diplomatic route, but as soon as they take one look at these guys, decide f*** that, they're going nerd bashing instead. But then, son of a bitch, there's some time-traveling jet engine Donnie Darko shit. So I guess they're done, and this was pointless.
We cannot go in ourselves.
So he salvages what he can with a science fact.
No circles are flat.
Thanks.
Back to them, who finally stopped crying and are gonna break out. But first, Superman needs someone far tougher who can protect him. And this baby will do nicely. Now he's flying around using the ugly baby as a shield, when oh shit, the ground is lava. And he's so busy blocking bullets with the baby that he forgets he can fly again.
I can't get out of this!
So he's begging his dog to rescue him again. Come here, boy! From the lava.
I really like that dog.
Islam double champion domination.
I don't know what you mean by that, but thanks for the donation, Blur. Yeah, that dog Crypto is really cute.
The black hole I forgot to mention. Oh boy. But fortunately for them, not even the black hole sucks as much as James Gunn's Superman blows. Now that they got out of that as stupidly as possible, it's time to put the man back in Superman by having a girl take him to his mommy.
It's just a big old mush.
Well, this is weird and pathetic, so she booby bounces out of there. The next day, he's crying again. When, oh shit, the planet's splitting apart.
I need your help.
But they still have a job to do.
Luther's been selling arms to Gurkos for pennies on the dollar for years. Why, you ask?
No, we couldn't give less of a shit.
He wants to make himself king.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Anyways, Superman saving stupid people who turn off their cars mid-fender bender. After that big middle finger to Darwin, he gets back to what he does best, getting his ass kicked. Then, to up the humiliation, we find out Superman is so weak and pathetic, you can kill him with dirt.
He'll be dead in minutes.
So he thinks fast, and while he stands no chance against normal dirt, he goes to outer space. So now it's a meteoroid, then a meteor, and now a meteorite, which is way too much thinking for this stupid fucking movie, so the dirt just dies. Then we get a shocking reveal.
Cloning you was relatively simple.
Wow, that's great. Anyways, it turns out he's been doing the very intelligent thing of telling this lady fight moves, who then relays it to him.
3L.
Because slow as reflexes
31D.
have no effect on fighting.
Brain beats brawn.
And it does that by using...
So, is this supposed to be Bizarro? Is that what they were... This is weird. Anon donates $2 UFC today, Islam versus JDM. Oh, shit. Is that going on right now, or are the results up? You're talking about Islam Makhachev, right? I'm actually interested in that fight. Thanks for the donation, Anon.
Using more brawn. Meanwhile, somewhere we don't care about, these guys obviously are
They did a really shit version of Bizarro.
brains, cause they're gonna slow walk through an entire fucking country. Then it turns out brain brawn beats brawn, but dog brawn beats brain brawn. And they beat brawn with their brawn, cause I guess everything just beats brawn. Now it's just him to deal with, but oh shit, he's...
Dude, I don't know why every time they do Lex Luthor, they make him this, like, fucking bitch. Like, when in the fuck has Lex Luthor ever cried like a fucking girl?
doing the finger pokey thing. How are the writers gonna get him out of this one? Which is monkey for? I don't know. How...
One day you are going to die from bug disease and the world will know you as Bichard Buggus, and also Muslim God will be the real God and you will feel like a fool in Muslim hell. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
Well, aren't you gonna be in trouble too because you're a tranny? Isn't that like a problem in Islam? Well, I guess we can just go to hell together and do tranny stuff and gay shit. Thanks for the donation, non-web. Land Mangus, donate $2. Holy shit, that's a big mangus. Oh my god. That is a big mangus. Oh, that cow is so mangusy.
I've lost a nail, big man.
Oh my goodness, that's the biggest mangus I've ever seen.
No good at all. No.
Wow.
That good?
What a big, sweet mangus.
What would you like for tea? What would you like? Come on.
Oh.
My big man.
Cows are our friends.
Come on, then we'll get you some dinner.
Oh my god, I love cows. Oh. Now that's a handsome mangus. Oh my goodness. Oh, he's getting a lettuce. Oh, that's a good lettuce. Oh my goodness, look at him munching on his lettuce. Oh, that is some good lettuce. Oh my god. Oh, that is some wonderful lettuce. Jesus Christ. Oh. Dude, I love Hyrax.
Now go ahead.
I love their little teeth. You got those nice bug eyes. I'd like to pet a Hyrax. Oh my goodness. Oh, they like chin scratches. Oh my god. Wow, they're good. What a nice, sweet mangus. Oh.
That the symbol for the devil in a lot of cultures is a goat. Like someone looked at a goat and was like, "You sketchy bastard. There's evil afoot." Am I the only?
They do eat everything. That's a nice, handsome goat. I think the association with demons and stuff has to do with paganism. Just Christians, you know, wanted to demonize paganism.
What are you doing?
Oh.
What are you
Oh
doing
my goodness.
with that carrot? You can take it up the stairs.
Oh, he's gonna have
Yeah, come
some
on,
good
you got it.
munchies.
Come on. Good job.
Oh my goodness.
All the way. Look at you go with that carrot.
You are hilarious.
Oh man, I love groundhogs. Wow, that's a good groundhog. Such a beautiful mangus. Oh wow. Oh my goodness. Look at that mangus. Wow. Oh, so nice. Oh, you want some strawberries too? Oh, look at him eating a strawberry. Oh, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, Land Mangus.
How about the f***ing dog again? So the dog murders the shit out of him. He fixes the planet by hacking it.
Got it.
Whoever this dumb-looking f*** is murders a foreign leader. And the day is saved.
Hey, they killed Bernie Sanders.
And then the audience wins because this travesty is
Yeah, they did the whole Palestine thing this movie. Oh, that was so cringe.
finally f***ing over.
Yep.
Nope, don't care. Still don't f***ing care.
That movie looks stupid as fuck, dude. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna skip to the dog parts and the action scenes and not actually watch it. Alright, well, it is late. I think I'm gonna head to bed. But big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Might do a workout stream tomorrow. Not entirely sure yet. We'll have to see. Anon don't tell us it's over. Islam dominated, obviously. Probably not. Everyone's kind of getting sick of them. Thanks for the donation, though, Anon. But I should be on tomorrow, regardless. So I will see you all tomorrow. Sweet dreams. Make sure to keep that testosterone high. And I will see you all tomorrow.